E tātou māko tuko mai ki au te honore ki ta whakapure ki tō tātou noho I te rāne, nā reira ke ino I tātou. E pae tō mātou matunu I te rangi. Tēnei tunu ki mātou au pono e tāpai ake nei mui tō aroro e whakamoi miti tunu ne tau iuna. E ino tengi ke a koe pā kia hakatautunu koe o manaakitanga ki rungi e mātou katoe hono tune I tīpurangi I tēnei ata. Manaakiti ana koe ngā roia, ngā kai kōrero, ngā kai kireme, I a rātou e hakaatu anō a rātou tono ki mui te aroro, tēnei, tēpū, te rāne. Manaakiti ana hoki rātou ki a pike I te kāme, te ora ki runga I a rātou mo ngā whakaaturanga. Hakatau anō ki koe o manaakitanga ki runga I te tēpū. Kia tae mātu te hopu I ngā kōrero, ki te tātari ngā kupu, ki te rapu I te huarahi, kia puta kene painga no mo te nui ngai whai pāngana ki tēnei kaupapa. Manaakiti anō ki koe tā mātou kai whakahaere a te kai whakahoa a Milroi ki te whakatutuki ngā mahi mui āia I te arahi a mātou runga I te tika I tēnei honanga I te rāne. Ko ngā inu ki ene ki a koe pā mau ne whakamana mai. I runga ni te ngua tāu tama te kai whakora koe I kuraiti. Amen. Kia ora tātou.
Tēnā koe, Kevin. Thank you for our opening karakia. Just before we begin, welcome back everybody. Just before we begin with evidence today, I would just like to talk a little bit about logistics for tomorrow and Friday. As you'll all be aware, Air New Zealand has a lot of grounded planes, so the flights are very limited these days. So if at all possible, the tribunal would like to finish by 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon in order to be able to catch planes on that evening. Do we have Phoenix Law here? Kia ora, Ms. Paul. Yes, if at all possible, we might have a little bit of time on Thursday, last thing Thursday afternoon, to begin opening submissions and perhaps a witness. So if you could just see if there's some flexibility with your witnesses in case there's time on Thursday afternoon to be able to start the evidence that day. Thank you, Ms. Paul. Morena, Ms. Te Whenua. So we're in your hands if you'd like to ask your witnesses to begin their presentations.
Yes, other than my there's been a little technical difficulty with getting our video camera to work on the computer which we would like to screen from. So that's why if I could take a minute just to get the pieces to join me in this room, we're going to have to ad-lib and go on cell phone just for this first presentation.
Certainly.
Thank you. Narita, it's something about, we have our first witness speaking to the evidence is Nicola Douglas, will proceed first, followed by Ms. Lamington. Muna kula tata para sinasama natin yung pag-is. India, di kayo mo, di kayo sa amin. Kaya ito lang mamaw, ikipiki ibu na biyo karon. At kisara si ara unato. Ya ara fano kite ko, ipo no ipo mati bilang, ipo sayarki. Eko takiwaka kutsiarwan, ahoy iti patata. Eke tanur, eke tanpiye, review. It is my hope that by sharing this certificate today, that this space can provide a haven from the senseless flaying around in colonizing chaos and lead us forward guided by our supernat and imagining our community to come. Before I go on, I must acknowledge those who set us on this journey and asked us to navigate the way. Toby Curtis, who in 2017, the AGM for Te Aroha Lakes Trust directed me to lead the working group on climate change. Isabel Moribu, who stood at the commission.
Excuse me, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt you, but the sound is coming through quite blurry. So I'm just wondering if you can take a little bit more time to try and improve that sound quality for us.
If I can take just a minute and return once we might get up on a different device.
All right,
Sorry.
thank you. Thank you. It seems we're just having our microback a little early today, so we will probably just go through without having a microback in the next 30 minutes.
I will start from my kōrero. Okay. It is my hope by sharing this karakia today that this space can provide a haven from the senseless flailing around and colonising chaos and lead us forward guided by our tupuna and imagining our mokopuna yet to come. Before I go on, I must acknowledge those who set us on this journey and asked us to navigate the way. Tā Toby Curtis, who in 2017 at the AGM for Te Aroa Lakes Trust directed me to lead the working group on climate change. Isabel Morehu, who stood in the AGM and demanded that something be done for our mokopuna yet to come, who was our stalwart and encourager, our champion always. And Davina Thompson, whose love for te taiao and mātauranga culminated in her work on maramataka and wahine, whose immeasurable support and wisdom we miss. Ka maumahara tātou ki a rātou. Ko Nikki Douglas tōku ingoa no te tākiri o te waka o te arawa ahau, ko Ngāti Whakauwe, Ngāti Rangiwi Wahi, Ngāti Apu Moana, no Ngāti Parau, Ui Pōhatu, Raukawa, Ngāti Rangi Nui Hoki. In my evidence today, I want to highlight 3 key points that demonstrate the Crown's failure to adequately partner and failure to adequately protect. Te Arawa he upoko takitaki. We are relentless in our pursuit of solutions to provide a better future for our mokopuna. We are formidable. We knew our place, we knew our context, we knew our community. We had support. We were providing the leadership required to meet the needs of our people in a climate-challenged world. Whakapapa. We were grounded in a narrative that tells us we have all we need to transform our world on our own terms. This is rangatiratanga. Some of my comments are framed in past tense, and these things are still true, but it does reflect for me a weariness. The space today provides the opportunity for us to shed some light on the weariness, this constant wearing down, dismissiveness, setting aside of our ideas, solutions, concepts and narratives, ignoring our plight. You will see from the evidence presented by me and others that this is what has happened. Not a single initiative progressed. We will not concede, however weary. Ka whawhai tonu mātou. Our claim sets out, we know who we are, we know what we are capable of. Our history tells us we have a plan. Our evidence also sets out that the Crown cannot meet the needs of our people. Our statement of claim traverses this, as does the evidence from our experts in the following areas: biodiversity, fresh water, economic paradigms such as the ETS, wāhi tapu, coastal management, flood protection. Fail, fail, fail. Climate change provided the perfect platform for transformation as experienced by our ancestors, as I have outlined in our brief of evidence. And who best to lead that transformative process than those who have imprinted it in their DNA? I now just want to circle back to my key points. Te Arawa, the relentless, the formidable, and the grounded. Grounded in whakapapa. We grounded ourselves in our own mōhiotanga and our own narratives. As Te Urunga o Kia, working with the Crown on climate change, we knew our role. It was to work within our own resources to lay a plan. We drew on the navigation tohunga of those who knew our tupuna and their struggles, who knew our navigational stories and histories. Raimona Emia and Kingi Biddle were our guides for our karakia and use of oral traditions. Our role was to chart the course, prepare the strategy. Ahead of the strategy, we had developed a simple transitional plan in 2018 that helped us focus on the priorities we had heard from our people. Ahead of the strategy that was launched in 2021, we had this shared purpose: empower our way of knowing. We were aspiring to develop and use a Te Aroha framework that would inform our decision-making for climate change. Our priorities were preparedness, education, research, influencing, and leadership. We were not operating without a strategy. We were not lost. We were clear, and we set that out with clarity of direction. We were leading and influencing. The Crown was privy to these ideas and engaged on these matters. This one-page document outlining these things was shared with short narratives outlining who we were and what we were aiming for. We were relentless. Our evidence in AO58A is a demonstration of this relentlessness. We understood the urgency and the opportunity. In the spring of 2017, we had experienced some of the worst storm events ever and saw the impacts of this on our community. Page 35 at point 5 lists all of the things that we had seen happen in that time. We met with everyone. We were developing our own understanding and then taking everyone on a journey with us. And when I say everyone, you can see the lists of names, organisations and agencies in our statement of evidence. We did our work. We carried our share of the partnership. We came to the table with our work done. We applied our own funds. We drew from our own people. We did not ask for anything. And then when it became clear that the change was a system transformation, we sought support. We do not operate in that system alone. So we turned to our partner for support, for investment, and strategic kaupapa where there was clear alignment. In past lives and experience, this was my normal in my world. I have secured millions of dollars of funding and resources for many, many projects in my career. Freshwater, policy development, landscape scale pest control, the removal of wilding pines. I am still bewildered. The Crown could not bring itself to invest in one initiative or even pick up one of the priority kaupapa to enable protection, even at a policy level. Hence, we bring our claim here. Te Arawa, upoko takitaki, the determined people, we will not give up. Formidable, unsurprising. We are skilled, competent, and have proven leadership in Te Arawa. We had resources for this work. We had talent, drive and belief. We had a plan, direction. We were well supported in our community. Our leaders, both Te Arawa and wider community, supported us. We were invited to forums, conferences, all assortments of meetings for our views to be heard, shared, unfortunately not acted upon. There are those that helped us. Bay of Plenty Regional Council gave us funds and saw our vision. The Vision Mātauranga Fund was a catalyst. So given all of this from Te Arawa, my question that I end with is this. Was the job mostly done by Te Arawa? A clear strategy and leadership firmly in place. A $30 million allocation for Māori. Not to mention the significant funding for non-Māori initiatives that we were not able to access, the waste levy funds, which was around 70 million, if I recall, all in the climate system. Why are we still here, waiting? The Crown has failed to adequately partner and adequately protect. Lani will speak to the initiatives and solutions that could have been funded, the work that went into these and the experiences when seeking investment. We are seeking a remedy that puts the resources to implement Te Ara Ki Kōpū with Te Arawa, that enables the voice of our mokopuna to shape and apply policies and create solutions for water security and sovereignty, food security and sovereignty, energy security and sovereignty, biodiversity restoration and protection, circular economy and economics, land use change practices, adaptation planning and resilience building. Ka tohia ngā rau o ona mata, ka tohia ngā rau o onaia, ra raungia he kite mā tauranga mo ana mata. Kia ora koutou.
And we'll now have, if that's okay with the tribunal, Lani Kiriopa present before taking questions for both witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Whenua.
So Ms. Kiriopa has a PowerPoint presentation, which I sent through to Shai yesterday, if she's able to bring that up.
Yes, she is able to.
I just say next. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Lani Kiriopa tōku ingoa, o Ngāti Whakau ki Ohinamatu Ahau. I reside in my whānau Papakainga in Ohinamatu village and hold multiple roles related to climate change for my whānau hapu and iwi. First thing I'd like to share with you this morning is the Te Aroa vision in this time of climate change. Next slide, please. Te aroa a mokopuna of Tamatukapua e ngā Toroirangi. We have the great privilege of whakapapa, the ability to know and understand our tupuna from generations before us, and to celebrate their courage, foresight, and resilience. Next slide, please. We must continue to ask ourselves, what will our mokopuna say about our actions? What will they consider were the traits of our time? What is our legacy to be shared in 1,000 years? Next. Te Aroa has a vision and a strategy in this time of climate change, which seeks to ensure that the adaptation and survival of our people, our cultural practices, and taonga species in a world in which all these things can thrive. Next slide, please. Our vision is that our rivers and lakes are clean. We can drink from them, swim in them, water our gardens from them. Next. And our families can once again supplement our meals and show manaakitanga to our manuhiri by providing kaimoana on tables at our marae. Next. Our cherished food basket, where our fresh water meets te moana nui ākiwa at Maketu and Little Waihi, is restored and protected through appropriate land use within the catchment. Next. Our wetlands and native rainforests are rebuilt. Our lands, ngahere and waterways are pest-free, our indigenous ecosystems are thriving, and our taonga species flourishing. Next. The connections between our communities and our natural environment are re-established. We gather kai, rongoa, and actively spend time in these places as part of everyday living for relaxation, fun, exercise, healing, learning, or while performing green jobs as part of an established green economy. Next. All land use is determined with the health and well-being of our soils, waterways, and indigenous ecosystems prioritised. Next. Our whānau, including those displaced by climate change, live in healthy homes on our Papakainga lands with our whakapapa and cultural connections restored. Rotorua city and suburbs are supported by green infrastructure which prioritise te mana me te Māori o te wai, have been redesigned to ensure easy access to food, education, healthcare, green spaces, and reshaped to support careless communities, prioritising walking, cleaning, walking, cycling and clean, safe and efficient public transport. Our places of significance such as wāhi tapu and cultural heritage sites are recognised and respected. Next. Growing, harvesting and eating nutritious kai is a normal part of our children's lives. We eat fruit from trees growing on front lawns like we used to, harvest vegetables from home and community gardens to supplement our family meals. Our whānau and communities eat predominantly locally grown foods, and our food systems allow the easy sharing of kai amongst ourselves, with other hapu and iwi, and between other communities across Aotearoa. Next. In areas with access to geothermal, our whānau and communities use our ngāwha to heat our homes, cook our kai and bathe in. Our hapu and iwi utilise the wind, water and sun across our lands to produce electricity. We share power across our communities, marae, iwi enterprises, and for other collective usage based on need. Next. Our intergenerational health is restored through nutritious diets and active, connected and meaningful living. Our time and skills are focused on the delivery of communal outcomes centred on the collective well-being of our whānau hapu communities and future generations. Our collective energy and efforts are directed towards iwi-owned and operated enterprises, making up food, service and resource circular economies at marae and community level. Next. Our cultural obligations as kaitiaki are fulfilled, and there is no waste in our environment. We reduce, reuse, repair, rebuild, refurbish, resell, recycle and recompost everywhere we live, learn, work, gather and play. Our communities are safe from rising lakes, rivers, seas and the changing weather. Next. Our mātauranga underpins our education, ensuring our tamariki and whānau learn the necessary skills to build resilience and enable adaptation where necessary. Next. Our rangatahi and future generations have the capacity and capability to lead the Te Arawa response to climate change. Our whānau are innovative in the face of uncertainty, relearning what we already know to guide the way while building knowledge on what is unknown. We take all necessary steps to restore balance, taking action when required and challenging the status quo to influence changes in mindset and practice. Next. Our creatives lead our communications, engagement and social mobilisation, guiding with knowledge and enlightenment, ensuring we're always making progress and recalibrating if needed. Our leaders guide our whānau, hapu and iwi in navigating a changing climate by empowering our ways of knowing to ensure continuity and well-being of Te Arawa whakapapa and taonga. Next. Our families understand the changes that climate change may bring. They are emotionally and spiritually prepared for change. They are resilient, connected, innovative, adaptive, self-determined, leading by example and ready to work together to mitigate any impacts, build our contemporary strategy for survival and are prepared with emergency management strategies and appropriate resources. Next. Katohia ngā rau o Onamata, gather the leaves of the past. Katohia ngā rau o Naia, gather the leaves of the present. Raraungia he ke te mātauranga mō Anamata, weave a basket of knowledge for the future. This is the future vision of the Indigenous peoples mai make tū ki Tongariro. Next. Ko te arawa te waka, ko te arawa māngai nui upoko tū takitaki, te arawa ahu Hawaiki, past, present and future generations of te arawa, safe, happy and thriving. Can turn the PowerPoint presentation off now, thank you. In pulling together our evidence, Nikki and I have spent considerable time collating the efforts, aspirations and lived experiences of our Te Arawa whānau, hapu and iwi in the climate space since the formation of the Te Arawa Climate Change Working Group in 2018. We have sought to document the wins we've had, the many battles we've fought, and the hard truths of what we have not been able to achieve. What should be clear and what we've shared alongside the evidence provided by our fellow Te Rūngo Care witnesses, especially in terms of the government's response to Te Arawa aspirations for resilience and adaptation in this time of climate breakdown is that despite our proactive and sustained engagement with central, regional and local government, Te Arawa has been consistently sidelined. There has been a profound lack of genuine recognition or support for the Te Arawa climate strategy, and there is a clear and persistent disconnect between Māori aspirations and government actions. Local and regional councils in particular continue with business as usual and operate as if iwi input is optional or irrelevant. If iwi input is considered at all, it is consistently sought at the lowest levels of decision-making. This reflects broader systematic issues of government accountability and a lack of true commitment to Māori-led climate initiatives. We challenge any local, regional or central authority to show us where the Te Arawa climate change strategy has been meaningfully analysed and incorporated into policy. The answer is simple. There has been absolutely no movement, let alone any necessary systems changes. After 7 years of unpaid work and advocacy by our whānau, hapu and iwi, tohunga and leaders, we have been ignored, gaslit, disrespected, and actively silenced. At the highest levels, even after agreements had been made between iwi leaders and Climate Minister James Shaw in 2022, MFE officials independently established their own internal team to manage the Māori Climate Platform as an MFE project, undermining the iwi-led direction that had been advocated for. In 2018, at a meeting with government officials in Wellington, we requested a copy of a report they prepared for the Climate Minister to see how our iwi input was represented. They were forced then to admit that not a single word had been incorporated from the extensive feedback Te Arawa had provided, both in writing and during numerous online and face-to-face meetings with those same officials. At local and regional levels, there's a total lack of communication between central government and councils about what's even being discussed with iwi. As a Māori ward councillor, it's infuriating to be consistently ignored when attempting to share critical insights from these government-level engagements. There was no communication, no alignment, no accountability, and worst of all, absolutely zero tolerance for change. Why? Because those in power are thriving under the current systems. They are experts at maintaining the status quo. Any systems change requires a lot more than just tweaking processes. It means dismantling and rebuilding structures. It requires the devolution of power, shared decision-making, and recognition of mātauranga Māori, our knowledge, values, and ways of being. That vision is a threat to those who currently hold all the power. Te Arawa make up around 49% of the Rotorua population and collectively are the largest landowner in the Rotorua district. That includes owning and paying commercial rates for 1/3 of the central city. That means that collectively we're paying the most rates to both district and regional councils that do not represent us accordingly. In 2023, Ngāti Pikiao calculated that their 50 or so land trusts in just that one Te Arawa hapu contribute around $1.3 million in rates annually to Rotorua Lakes and Bay of Plenty regional councils. Māori data and information specialist Kirikōwhai Mikaere estimated that Te Arawa wage and salary earners pay over $300 million in tax every year. That's not including our commercial arms, business or land trusts. We over-contribute into a system that refuses to provide resourcing to address inequities within the current systems or to recognise Māori leadership in climate resilience and adaptation efforts. Across all levels of government, agencies and councils are quick to fund themselves, hiring internal staff to run so-called Māori projects, yet when it comes to funding iwi independently, processes are deliberately stalled, delayed, or any excuses found to refocus the funding elsewhere. Clear examples include the Rotorua Lakes Council Te Arawa Partnership and the Māori Climate Platform. The government's ongoing failure to allocate meaningful resources not only undermines our ability to build resilience, but also reinforces enduring injustices. Funding structures continue to privilege non-Māori organisations, and Māori-led solutions receive a fraction of the investment. Worse still, the funding that is made available often supports projects that keep Māori tied to Pākehā systems rather than enabling true self-determination. Even in the research space, iwi are desperate to lead and evaluate real, tangible climate action. Our priorities are grounded in sustaining the resilience and well-being of Te Arawa Hapu through projects like mapping potential climate impacts on Māori communities, retrofitting papakainga housing to ensure they're climate safe, and restoring food, water and energy sovereignty while addressing intergenerational inequality. But the current research funding criteria don't support this. They focus on diagnosing problems, not testing solutions. Te Arawa already knows what the issues are. We have a clear vision and a strategy to address them. What we need is support to implement those solutions and to measure their effectiveness as any serious response to a climate emergency should. Our tūringa care experience of the systems we're dealing with is that our resilience, our ways of knowing, our mana motuhake have no place at all, at any level, within the current arrangements and processes. Our priorities are grounded in sustainability, equity and community control, yet we're blocked at every turn. Te Arawa's objectives for water security in this time of climate breakdown focus on the restoration and protection of our natural water sources within the Rotorua district. Instead, we got an unwanted sewage pipeline through Rotokākahi and a Rotorua City stormwater consent pushed through without consultation. Then central government used the negative health statistics of our Māori tamariki to justify fluoridating our water supplies without even talking to iwi about what our solutions to the effects of child poverty might look like. Te Arawa's objectives for energy security in this time of climate breakdown focus on the restoration of iwi control over our geothermal resources and restored access for our whānau to our waiariki for heating, cooking and bathing. Instead, Bay of Plenty Regional Council updated their Rotorua Geothermal Management Plan and decided the role of iwi is limited to helping council monitor consents. And MBIE prioritised allocation of its Māori housing renewable energy projects funding to support initiatives that keep Māori reliant on existing Pākehā energy systems rather than empowering iwi to reclaim our own energy sovereignty. Te Arawa's objectives for biodiversity restoration and protection in this time of environmental collapse focus on pest-free environments and restored ecosystems. Yet we are made to watch as time and again non-Māori projects and non-Māori entities like the Predator Free National Trust, Save the Kiwi and Backcountry Trust, to name a few, are consistently prioritised for funding over treaty partners. And if you follow the dollars, you can see the inequity in investment in iwi priorities, such as protecting our taiao against Kodi dieback, myrtle rust and golden clams, versus what the government has provided in funding for business priorities, such as the Kiwi PSA response package and in settlement to affected kiwifruit growers. Te Arawa objectives to re-establish circular economies prioritise sustainability and community control over resources. What we know is that the impending catastrophic impacts of climate breakdown on our communities, natural environments and associated ecosystems require a focus on degrowth rather than continued unsustainable growth and demand to meet obsolete measures of progress and misleading measures of well-being, such as those that we continue to see highlighted in relation to the country's GDP. We know that our whānau can live with less food choices when they are able to be in control of their own food sources. Our Māori communities will choose to live with less electricity if we are able to be in control of our own energy sources. And our hapu and iwi will always choose nature-based solutions whenever possible. But the reality is that Rotorua Lakes Council wouldn't even discuss waste collection partnerships with iwi. Te Arawa objectives for land use are for practices that restore and protect the health and well-being of our lakes. We ask central, regional and local government to ensure adaptation strategies reflect Māori perspectives and vulnerabilities, with iwi actively involved in their design and implementation. But even with Bay of Plenty Regional Council incentives, council deadlines pass and intensive farming continues with no consequences. Te Arawa's climate adaptation priorities focus on building resilience at the community level through marae and hapu-led initiatives, yet Rotorua Lakes Council and Bay of Plenty Regional Council continue to make and fund decisions that directly impact our villages without our involvement. The Pukehangi development is a clear example where iwi, despite facing the greatest risk from downstream flooding, were excluded from key decision-making and only permitted input at the most superficial level, stormwater planning. Even as Te Aroha researchers actively explore marae-based resilience, Rotorua Lakes Council engagement has been both tone-deaf and dismissive. They presented a case study on the 9/11 response to our marae representatives and then asked them to role-play how iwi can utilise our marae resources to support the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's civil defence systems, completely ignoring the proven leadership iwi have shown in every disaster response, from the Tarawera eruption to the COVID-19 pandemic. At a national level, when you look at the climate work streams discontinued by the coalition government, they have included the Māori Climate Platform, MFE's Māori Strategy, the Equitable Transition Strategy, New Zealand Energy Strategy, and Circular and Bioeconomy Work Programme, all areas where the government could have aligned with and supported implementation of the Te Aroha Climate Change Strategy. Māori resilience is rooted in whakapapa, our deep interconnection with each other and with the taiao. It thrives in our marae-based papakainga communities and can be seen in flax-root initiatives such as Kohanga Reo, Kura Kaupapa Māori, Ngā Manu Kōrero, Whare Wānanga, Kura Reo, Paipai Wānanga, the Māori Arts and Crafts Renaissance, Tāmoko Renaissance, and the Mātauranga Māori Renaissance, including Matariki. These shifts came from Māori communities themselves, not from any council or government strategies or programs. Māori resilience is unique because it's born of a different culture, a different worldview, and surfaces from within communities that look and work differently. Because we have our own specific issues, needs, and aspirations, Māori resilience is not something that fits within or underneath Pākehā frameworks. Therefore, Māori resilience to climate breakdown can only occur when all levels of government intentionally and actively stop impeding the rights of hapu and iwi and start honouring te tiriti o Waitangi. Our call is for structural transformation, not reform. Māori must be empowered to adapt and mitigate using our own tikanga, our own knowledge systems in ways that serves our own people. National funding must address historic inequalities and enable just transitions for hapu and iwi. The Te Aroha Climate Change Strategy focuses on ensuring the sustainability and resilience of Te Aroha communities. It hasn't been developed to fit within local, regional, or central government plans or strategies. The assumption that government will lead delivery of climate adaptation and resilience building must be replaced with support and resourcing for iwi-led implementation in our own rohe. To date, the Crown has failed to enable and support Te Aroha to implement our strategy, and as a result, we have seen limited tangible outcomes despite extensive engagement efforts. Our experience illustrates the Crown's failure to effectively resource Māori communities, which hinders our ability to respond to climate change. Thank you. We're both happy to take any questions.
Tēnā koe, ma'am. I wonder if that's a good time for a micro break?
Yes, I think we will have a micro break now, thank you, and then come back for questions from the Crown.
Thank you.
Just before we have questions from the Crown, Ms. Te Whenua, if we could have the speaking notes that Ms. Douglas and Ms. Kiriopa spoke from today filed with us as well, that would be very good. Thank you. So we'll... Thank you. And so we'll turn to the Crown and for their questions.
Well, thank you, Your Honour. Just to note that for the next 3 days, Ms. Seeley, Mr. Fong and Ms. McTaggart will be doing cross-examination for the Crown, so there's just going to be a little bit of chopping and changing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tēnā korua, Ms. Kiriopa Rawa o Ms. Douglas. Ko Grace Seeley tōku ingoa, I roe o te karauna hau. Kia ora. I first wanted to ask you about engagement. So throughout your evidence, but in particular at paragraph 31, you say that Te Urunga o Kia has consistently engaged with government departments, local authorities, Crown Research Institutes, te mea. And I wanted to ask you some questions about what is happening at present. So firstly, in respect of the Crown central government, are you engaging with the Crown or central government at present on climate change related matters?
I can say that since the change in government, since the coalition government came into power, I haven't had any government departments reach out to Te Urunga o Kia, I think, at all for any engagement. It effectively stopped once the coalition government came into power.
Okay, thank you. Understood. And then in respect of local government, specifically in respect of climate change policies, are you engaging with Bay of Plenty Regional Council at the present time?
No.
Okay. Just going backwards in time, and I think this is a question for you, Ms. Kiriopa, in respect of your evidence on energy security and sovereignty, I understand that you were part of the Te Ahi Ka Roa working group. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And what were your roles and responsibilities as part of that group?
I was a Ngāti Whakaue ki o Hinumatu representative, so there are 3 marae here in Central City Rotorua, and Bay of Plenty Regional Council approached each of the 3 marae for 2 representatives to engage in their, for their iwi engagement. They set the scope and how they wanted that to look in the process.
And so as part of, thank you, and so as part of that, did you feed into the Plan Change 11 process?
They set the scope of what they wanted from iwi, and so what we were asked to feed into specifically was what we believed was the current state of the health of the geothermal system.
Okay, so you consider that the scope of your engagement, your input was limited to that?
Yes, that's what we were interested in.
Understood.
From us. And we helped, a report was produced that obviously helped inform council in their decision making around how the system should be managed moving forward.
And do you consider that report was taken into account in that eventual decision making?
Yeah.
Thank you. And so more generally, just zooming out, is it fair to say that you think that the working group was an example of local government working with mana whenua to engage and develop policy in the Rotorua area?
Not to develop policies in terms of iwi having input into the development of that policy or writing of that policy. They just had iwi opinions on how we considered their health to be, and then they went away and wrote policy around how they were going to manage the geothermal. So
understood.
And what we asked for and expected from the beginning was to co-draft the policy
Okay, so thank you. So from your perspective, it was more of an engagement rather than a policy development.
100%.
Okay, kei te marama. And then just briefly on the Makatu Climate Change Adaptation Plan, which you speak positively about in your brief, and we also heard from Roana Bennett in the last hearing. You say that you consider that to be the most significant achievement to date for Te Urunga o Kia. Is that because it succeeded in obtaining, I think it was $15,000 of funding, or is there another reason that you consider it to be the most successful achievement to date?
I consider it to be the most successful achievement because that's the starting point of what we believe needs to happen for all hapu, is that we all need at-place climate plans to understand what the potential impacts of climate change are on our hapu communities. And the Makatu Climate Plan was a perfect example of that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I wanted to now ask some questions about the Māori Climate Platform and your experience with that. So Ms. Kiriopa, you were appointed to the Interim Ministerial Advisory Committee.
Yes.
And you say at paragraph 49 of your brief that unreasonable timelines set by MFE for the work of the Interim Committee deliberately obstructed the Māori Climate Platform. I wanted to drill down into that a little bit more. What expectations did MFE set, and why, in your view, were they unreasonable?
MFE asked for advice from the Interim Committee around the setup of what the climate platform should look like. We already had that information. Well, that information had really come from the iwi leaders, and so all we needed to do was we had iwi representation, take what the iwi leaders had put together, and really make sure everyone's happy with that for it to go forward. And so, you know, a 6-month time frame was, I can't remember whether it might have been longer than 6 months, but the timeline that was set from MFE to give that advice to the minister was ridiculous. We were saying we can do that in 6 weeks. We've already got the information of, you know, what the climate platform should look like, what it needs to do. We're ready to go. But, you know, as I've said, it appeared to us that there was no interest in doing the work quickly and getting the climate platform underway because there was an election coming up. And so we were stalled at every point to ensure that the climate platform or no funding was passed over to begin the work until after the election had occurred.
Okay, thank you. So just so that I understand correctly, you think that the timeframes put in place by MFE were in fact too slow because you already had the knowledge that you needed to progress with the platform?
They set out timelines for what information they wanted when over over a 6-month period, which we consistently said we could do that in 6 weeks.
Okay, thank you. I understand. And you may be aware that the Crown's evidence is still in preparation, but I understand it will address the Māori Climate Platform.
And we also have, Te Urunga o Kia also have Dale Takituma, who's going to come in and speak specifically to that too.
Understood, thank you. So I just wanted to drill down into a point that you made orally, Ms. Kiriopa, staying with the Māori Climate Platform. You say in your written evidence that the platform was disestablished, as far as you are aware, but in your oral evidence you said that the platform was taken in-house to MFE, and that was my understanding as well, that the platform does still exist, but it is now in-house at MFE. My question is, do you consider that it was disestablished because of the change in the management structure and that it was brought in-house?
Yeah, can I just say that when I say that MFE established a team to run the Māori Climate Platform, I wasn't talking about what apparently is the case now, which I have no knowledge of. What I was referring to was the Climate Minister, when we were all brought on board, the Climate Minister had every conversation that we had, we understood that that the Interim Climate Committee and the Climate Platform would be outside of government departments, and we were given timelines, and then when we went back in for meetings about those timelines, we discovered that people had been hired by MFE and that the Climate Platform was going to be run as a project under MFE. And we pushed back, and we had another meeting with the Minister specifically on that, and he agreed and told the MFE staff, no, the Climate Platform will sit outside of MFE, and we continued with that understanding. So to now, I have heard before, we're talking right now, that apparently MFE is saying that the project is now under, the Māori Climate Platform is now under MFE. We had no knowledge of that until just recently, because the last we had heard, we got a letter from the minister, the new minister, to say that the work would no longer proceed. So when I'm talking about that, I'm not talking about what MFE is saying is currently in place. As far as I was aware, they had attempted to put our work, our committee, and the Māori Climate Platform under MFE. We had pushed back, and Minister Shaw at that time had agreed and said no. We had agreed it would be separate. So we carried along with that understanding. Then we got a letter to say the work wasn't going ahead, and it's not till 2 years later, now that we're hearing that apparently the Climate Platform is under MFE, we weren't aware of that.
Understood. Thank you very much. It's very helpful evidence to understand. So moving on from the Māori Climate Platform now, I just had a few clarification questions really about some of the rest of the brief. So on energy security and sovereignty, it's correct that you received 2 funding grants, one for small-scale solar panels and another for geothermal home heating in a planned development?
The first one is right.
Yeah.
One of our Tarawa Rōpū received money for some solar panels, but the second one, we applied for funding to MB to restore our geothermal infrastructure within Ohinumatu. And the government said, well, how much is going to cost? And we didn't have the capability or the capacity to estimate that. And so we were given an upfront 50K grant for a feasibility study to determine that. So that's what we received. But once that had been determined, our application to MB to restore the geothermal infrastructure was declined.
Okay, so you, in terms of implementation of a renewable energy project, the small scale solar panels was the singular project.
Yes, but there was another Tarawa Hapu that received funding as well. That was the Arangi Te Aorere project. So that was a third project, and they received funding for new geothermal technology on I think a 15 home development. So there were 3.
Understood. Thank you. And do you consider that those trials, including the Rangi Te Aorere one, if you can speak to that, had a positive effect on your community?
No. The geothermal panels came, the first project came with no batteries. So we got solar panels put onto the roofs of 12 kaumātua homes without batteries. We've since monitored, the success of that, and on average, the difference that those solar panels are making without a battery is $7 per month, which I wouldn't call a success. And secondly, I can't speak for Rangi Te Aorere. I've only asked and just been told verbally that their project, which trialled new geothermal technology to heat those 15 homes, but I've been told that the cost was so high of running that they can't use it. And the power bills were so astronomically high that the iwi trust had to step in and pay their power bills, and now they've essentially had to turn it off. That might have changed. I was told that a year ago. I can't really speak for that project, but from what I hear, it was a failure.
Okay, thank you. And then moving to evidence on the MBIE Circular and Bioeconomy Work Programme, you say at paragraph 88 that the program and strategy that Te Urongo Kia was to be consulted on was discontinued last year in 2024. So again, I expect the Crown's evidence to cover actions completed under the first emissions reduction plan, and I understand that the work program on the circular and bioeconomy was completed. So seven research reports are available on the MB webpage, circular economy and bioeconomy. Were you aware of that?
No, and that's interesting because I received and shared to our Te Urongo Care networks. Once the new coalition government came into power, we received an email because we had engagement that was scheduled to occur, but after the election, we received an email to say that the program would not be continuing. So the fact that it has, I'm not aware of that.
Understood. Thank you. And just one final question on adaptation. You say at paragraph 112 that there has been a worrying lack of support from local authorities for Te Arawa to analyse or understand the projected risks of climate hazards for communities.
Mm-hmm.
So again, this is a point that the Crown's evidence is likely to address, but I understand that MFE are working on improving access to climate tools. And one of those is a GIS climate risk tool to improve both mapping and access to that data for Māori communities. If that was to be rolled out, would you consider that to be a useful tool with you for your analysis and understanding?
That sounds great. Yes.
Great. Okay. E mihi ana ki a koroa. Thank you very much for your evidence today. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. I'll just check whether any of the panel members have any questions.
Tēnā kōrua. I'm wondering if you can tell me if the Te Arawa climate change strategy has been formally received and acknowledged by the local authority.
Yeah, we lodged it. We lodged it as a iwi environmental management plan after the strategy was launched under the Resource Management Act.
So is it acknowledged anywhere in their regional plan and district plan?
Not to date.
Really?
Not
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, this is to Ms. Kiriopa. During your discussions with the Crown, you spoke about solar panels and no batteries. How does that work? Or doesn't work, I guess.
Well, we've discovered, no, it doesn't work very well at all.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially the panels will will generate electricity, and that electricity goes back into the mainstream network, and the power company will buy back the energy at half of what you have to pay them for your energy.
Okay.
And so if you use your washing machines apparently during the day while the panels are working, it should save you power, which, you know, our kaumātua have said that they've made a real effort to do, make sure they're not putting their washing on when it's dark or anything like that. And yet, on average, when we've looked at their power bills and how they've changed since before and after those panels were installed, on average, there's been around a $7 per month saving.
Okay. Thank you very much. You're right.
Oh, beg your pardon. I just do want to ask just a further question in terms of, were you given any reason why the solar panels didn't come with the batteries?
They were too expensive.
At that time, or?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're cheaper now, I don't know. But definitely at that time, which was maybe 5 years ago or so, when the funding first came up, there was no way that, ideally what we would have liked would be a battery, to be able to share power communally within the village. But yeah, at that time they just said no way, the batteries are too expensive. So we just, the person who applied for the funding, the group that applied for the funding, thought, well, we'll just see how the panels will work.
Right.
On our
My understanding is that a battery would store energy, during the daytime, and then at nights when everybody's at home cooking their dinners and everything like that, and got their heaters on in the winter, that energy would then be released too. And that's where the lack of savings has occurred. Thank you. Can I just ask about the geothermal development or their application for geothermal? You mentioned, and perhaps hopefully we'll get some evidence from Rangitaurere about it, but I just found it extraordinary that the cost of geothermal power in Rotorua was uneconomic, so high that it was uneconomic. Was there any reason for that? Do you know?
It was the new technology that required electricity to pump the geothermal up and into the homes, apparently. And so the electricity bills were what made it uneconomical. And I mean, we've never used electricity to pump up. We've always used, and I mean, I've seen them and we've lived with them. We've used pumps that use a vacuum to suck up the geothermal. And so when we put in both applications for the Rangitaurere and the Ohinamatu one, we put in applications based on our existing technology. Somewhere along the way, MB, from what I hear, encouraged the iwi at Rangitaurere to trial new technology instead, which they did, and the outcome wasn't good.
Yes, I'm just aware at Tūnohopu, well, the marae there, and various people in Ohinamatu have very old technology. It's been going for decades and seems to have no problem, and they certainly have warm homes and lots of water for baths. So, yes, I just found that extraordinary.
That's how it used to be. That's what we want to be. That is not the case anymore. I think there are 3 bores left in Ohinamatu, and I heard that that there's only two now that are working. One's just broken, and the costs are just too high. So warm homes in Ohinamatu and access to geothermal baths, 80% of our village or more no longer have that.
So, and I'd just like to explore that a bit more, because I'm remembering this from my childhood and visiting relations and so on. What is the reason for that loss of geothermal, access to geothermal power in Ohinemutu? I mean, because it's right there on top of the, the geysers are coming up and all that sort of thing.
Well, it used to be, when our people used to access the geothermal, at that time there were lots of surface features, so we could just channel water into our baths. With all of the usage across Rotorua, those geothermal features subsided, and so we ended up having to use bores to be able to access the geothermal. A number of bores were put throughout the village very early on in the piece, and they worked for a long time, but as those bores started to collapse and infrastructure broke down and prices rose to the point where it would cost you around $80,000 to put down a new bore now. When you have families whose average income is $22,000 per year, it's the infrastructure breaks down and we can't replace it. So that's what's happened.
All right, thank you for that information. And it's very sad to hear, actually, that because, it just struck me that for people who have lived there for centuries, no longer able to access a resource that they had always accessed, and seeing it used by others, basically for visitors.
Thank you for feeling that, because like we say, 80% of geothermal in Rotorua is now used by the tourism accommodation sector for their heating of their hotels. 80%. And that's the reality under the current management systems.
All right, thank you. And can I just say, I looked through all the appendices, which are very large, to your evidence, and was just quite amazed by the amount of effort and work that's gone into the documents that you've provided for council and others. And I do want to congratulate you on making those efforts, and hopefully they will actually bear fruit in the future. We'll just keep our fingers crossed on that one. So thank you very much for your evidence. It's been sad hearing, but very valuable for our inquiry. So thank you very much for your time today. And I'll just hand you back to Ms. Te Whenua before we take a break.
Thank you, ma'am. It's they're holding to me too. Thank you, Te Mihi Whakamutina Kia Korua. Thank you so much. Judge Milroy is very right. It's not just the time that you've taken out of your very busy schedules to present evidence here before the tribunal, but it's your whakapokaha, the enduring effort that you put into the work that you do for your people. So on that note, we wish to say once again, thank you so much for your contribution to this inquiry. And of course, you are the lead claimants as well, so that's very well recognised. Tēnā korua. Kia ora. Nā koe, ma'am.
We've got 10 minutes, or so, just a little bit over 10 minutes before morning tea. So would you wish to begin with your next witness, and then we'll take a break at the morning tea break?
I would wish to, and I would really love to. Unfortunately, our witnesses are sticking to their schedule due to other commitments. So, but I've let our next witness know that we're likely to run a little early if it's appropriate to take the morning tea break now.
Yes, we'll do that, and we'll just come back 10 minutes early, so at 10 to 11.
Aye.
Thank you.
No. Thank you.
Kia ora anō, Ms. Te Whenua. I can see that you have your witness there, and thank you for coming early. So I'll hand it over to you, Ms. Te Whenua.
Tēnā koe mā, tēnā tātou. Today we have the joint brief of evidence presented by Ms. Sarah Wharekura. Ms. Saweta Fort Darth is unavailable to present, but all evidence, Ms. Wharekura was the primary drafter of the evidence, so we're comfortable with this. The evidence itself is Appellation A70, and I'll hand it over to Ms. Wharekura to summarise the brief for you.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ko Sarah Wharekura aho. I'm here today representing my whānau, hapu and iwi, and as a representative of Te Arawa Lakes Trust in support of the Y3285 claim. I pass on the apologies of my co-claimant Saweta Fort Darth, who is otherwise engaged today in international Indigenous research and thus cannot be here to present. I'd like to take our statement as read and take my time to highlight some of the key points of my brief of evidence. Just a little bit about my background within the Te Arawa Lakes space. I grew up my entire life living on the shores of Lake Rotorua. I'm 27 years old and I've lived there my entire life, so I was a first-hand witness to a lot of the current impacts of climate change that we are experiencing today. I have spent time working to achieve a freshwater science background and achieve my degree and all those kinds of things, and I've worked in the space for 5 years as a career, working in freshwater science specifically and in biosecurity. My role within Te Arawa Lakes Trust is officially an environmental officer, and what that means is it's intentionally vague enough to be able to cover the huge range of really significant impacts that are going on within the Te Arawa Taiao at the moment. I'd like to begin with the impacts of climate change on our Te Arawa lakes. But it's important to acknowledge here that our lakes are already in a severely degraded state due to legacy issues that began many decades ago. We are still seeing the impacts of a long history of discharge of raw sewage, nutrient loading from agricultural activities, and the accidental and intentional introduction of various species. This severely degraded state is far more vulnerable to the effects of climate change than a healthy lake ecosystem would have been. Climate change threatens not only to significantly impact the Te Arawa Lakes ecosystems, but to amplify these pre-existing issues, which the Crown has already entered into partnership with us to mitigate through the Te Arawa Lakes settlement. One such issue is the water quality of our lakes. Due to the aforementioned sewage discharge and agricultural activities, lakes such as Lake Rotorua exhibit heavily degraded water quality. Lake Rotorua is a shallow polymictic lake, meaning that during the summer, the lake undergoes stratification events. During these events, the temperature of the water close to the surface warms up enough to form its own distinctive layer. This traps the cooler water beneath this warm layer and limits the amount of oxygen available to the cool, deep layers of the lakes. This cool, deep layer is known as the hypolimnion. So over time, oxygen becomes depleted in that hypolimnion, leading to a release of nutrients that are bound up in our lake bed sediments. Already, due to prolonged periods of stratification, rapid increases in phosphorus in Lake Rotorua have been recorded over the years. Nutrients that are bound up in the sediments, such as phosphorus that was released out of Lake Rotorua, are largely a result of the same practices that led to the degradation of these lakes and our water quality. This release of nutrients goes on to drive the growth of harmful algae and cyanobacteria, leading to harmful algal blooms, which impact our community. It also feeds the growth of aquatic plants, both native and invasive. In lakes that feature hydrothermal vents, these seasonal stratification events can trap volcanic gases beneath the surface of the lakes, which over time can become highly concentrated and actually increase the risk of limnic eruptions. Seasonal stratification events are only expected to increase in intensity and duration under climate change conditions. In addition to these events and their subsequent impacts, issues such as sedimentation and the increased severe weather events will also further degrade the water quality of the Te Arawa Lakes, with dire results for our taonga species. As descendants of Te Arawa Waka, our ancestors lived off these lakes and the delicacies that dwell below the surface. But just as our water quality has been degraded, the once great fisheries of taonga species which called our lakes home have been reduced to a fraction of the populations which once sustained our people. Our taonga face heavy pressures such as predation from introduced trout and brown bullhead catfish, lack of habitat and degradation of water quality, all of which will become worse under predicted climate change conditions. These pressures reduce the biodiversity value of the Te Arawa Lakes, limiting the impact of any meaningful action taken to uplift native biodiversity under Te Ara Ki Kōpū, Te Arawa Climate Change Strategy. Take, for example, our koura, our freshwater crayfish, an icon of Te Arawa that once lined our tables. Koura require an optimum temperature of 19 degrees Celsius, meaning that during the summer, as our lake temperatures become warmer and warmer, they cannot live in the warm shallows of the lake. They must venture out deeper to go and find cooler water to survive in. In lakes that show that seasonal stratification event that I was talking about earlier, this deep layer of water within the lakes is already depleted in oxygen. So once the koura go down there to seek out their cooler temperatures, they begin to suffocate. When they attempt to return to the upper layer to access more oxygen, many of these koura are met with a wall of aquatic invasive weeds, which blanket our lakes and dense forests. Koura are also heavily predated upon by the invasive brown bullhead catfish, which has reduced koura populations by up to 99% in our lakes. These impacts threaten to reduce the native biodiversity which we are working very hard to protect. Aquatic weeds and pest fish, such as catfish, are just two of the many pest plant and animal species which impact the Te Arawa Lakes currently. Invasive species such as these generally have a greater tolerance to impacts such as temperature increases and low dissolved oxygen levels, allowing them to gain a competitive advantage over our native species under climate change conditions. In addition to these pre-existing pest species that are already present in our lakes, climate change is likely to further facilitate pest species incursions through increased connectivity between water bodies during flooding events and increased numbers of lake users. As these pest species grow in abundance and extent, our taonga species are the first to be impacted through direct predation and through loss of habitat. Coupled with the changes to the lake's ecosystem under climate change conditions, the future looks bleak for our Te Arawa lakes. The impacts of climate change on the Te Arawa lakes are widespread and numerous. But at present, Crown climate policy does not adequately address these impacts, nor does it support the approach that our people of Te Arawa have taken towards mitigating these impacts ourselves, as set out in Te Ara Ki Kōpū, the Te Arawa Climate Change Strategy. Fortunately, Te Arawa has taken a proactive approach to mitigating the many aspects of climate change, both immediate and those that are predicted in the future. Te Arawa Lakes Trust has played a key role in facilitating action on the ground against climate change. And through several key programs, we have been able to provide the community with opportunities to participate and make meaningful changes necessary to curb the climate change crisis. Without these programs, many members of the community who care deeply about climate change and the protection of our taiao have no outlet to engage with climate change under current Crown climate policy. In regard to water quality, Te Arawa Lakes Trust established the Te Arawa Wetland Restoration Crew back in 2020 to restore critical wetland habitat and preserve the vital services and functions associated with wetland ecosystems. Restoration of wetlands will strengthen the resilience of the Te Arawa Lakes in the face of climate change by reducing the amount of nutrients delivered to the lakes, reducing sedimentation delivered to the lakes, providing refuges for taonga species and culturally significant plants, and providing a buffer for flood mitigation purposes. Since the establishment of the Te Arawa Restoration Crew, the crew has extended this scope of work to include restoration of all ecosystems around the lakes, including pest animal control, pest plant control, reforestation, riparian management, and sediment management. The crew hosts regular planting days during planting season alongside schools, community groups, and local residents to provide opportunities for our community to connect with Te Taiao, learn more about the role of our native plants and our native ecosystems in the fight against climate change, and to give back to the space that they love and grew up in. In regards to our native biodiversity, Te Arawa Lakes Trust has established and implemented a cultural monitoring framework, which seeks to evaluate the health and well-being of the Te Arawa Lakes through our own Te Arawa lens. A suite of indicators are monitored on a monthly basis in order to fulfil the many gaps left by local and regional freshwater monitoring schemes. In our region, freshwater monitoring has focused very heavily on water quality and has neglected to acknowledge the role that flora and fauna, cultural values, and community amenities have to play in overall lake health. Through monitoring these undervalued and under-researched spaces, the cultural monitoring framework facilitates early detection of impacts, which will in turn improve response time and the effectiveness of our mitigation strategies. Implementation of this cultural monitoring framework has also led to the establishment of the Te Arawa Taukoda program, a movement to educate our community about the role of koura within our lakes, the threats that our koura face, and to preserve the mātauranga of the traditional practice of taukoura. This program operates within local schools and in partnership with mana moana to build capacity and capability within our region and increase the availability of refuge habitat through increasing the number of taukoura across our lakes. Again, the information gathered in this program will enable early detection of impacts to koura, improve response time, and improve the effectiveness of mitigation strategies. This program has also created an avenue for community members and especially our tamariki to learn more about the health of our koura populations and understand what that information tells us about the health of our lakes. Regarding freshwater pests, Te Arawa has been a leader in the biosecurity space for many years now through a number of programs which reduce the extent, density, and spread of freshwater pests. For example, Te Arawa Lakes Trust manages the delivery of all aquatic weed management undertaken across the 14 Te Arawa lakes. Due to our intimate knowledge of our lakes and our communities, Te Arawa Lakes Trust have been able to make a number of improvements to the delivery of this program, ensuring that the method applied at each site is tailored to the conditions observed and the aspirations of the community. In response to concerns from the community about the impacts of aquatic herbicide spraying, Te Aroha Lakes Trust worked alongside weavers from Te Rōpūraranga ki Rotorua to create an uwhi, a woven harakeke mat that is installed on the lake bed to suppress aquatic weed growth and provide a habitat for taonga species. These uwhi mats proved incredibly successful during the trial phase, and we have now moved into implementation of this technology through our newest program, Uri for Uwhi, where our staff work along local skills to provide uwhi mats for Lake Rotorua. Currently, just around the corner from our building today, Rotorua Primary School has 60 tamariki working in their school hall to weave an uwhi to be installed next week in Lake Rotorua to reduce the extent of aquatic weeds and improve the habitat that those same tamariki are going to inherit soon. This program represents yet another avenue through which our community and our tamariki can contribute to mitigating the impacts of climate change and reducing the pest species which they recognise they are going to be impacted by very, very soon. In order to reduce the spread of aquatic weeds between water bodies, Te Aroha Lakes Trust established the Te Aroha Biosecurity Program, through which members of Te Aroha are qualified under the Biosecurity Act to inspect vessels using the Te Aroha Lakes and ensure they are not carrying aquatic pests. In addition to reducing the spread of aquatic weeds and other species such as catfish, these biosecurity officers also undertake engagement with the community to spread awareness of freshwater pests and educate lake users on how they can contribute to reducing the spread of aquatic pests through their own behaviour. By preventing further incursions of aquatic pests, water quality and habitat resources can be maintained and protected, thus preserving the ecosystem services provided by the Te Aroha Lakes and ensuring their resilience in the face of climate change. In order to reduce the extent and spread of the brown bullhead catfish, Te Aroha Catfish Killers was established, another program where tamariki and community members are provided with an outlet to take on-the-ground action against threats to the health of our lakes. To date, the Te Aroha Catfish Killers have removed over 200,000 catfish from Lake Rotoiti, leading to significant gains in lake health and taonga species populations in areas that were once infested with catfish. By reducing the catfish population, we continue to improve the resilience of our lakes in the face of climate change, and we are able to do so alongside our community and our kids as one united force. This unity, this kotahitanga, is the most powerful resource we have in the face of climate change. If we are going to make a meaningful difference, it will take all of our united efforts to do so. By creating opportunities such as this for our communities to engage at the ground with a complex issue such as climate change, we can utilise the power of our communities to develop and implement creative solutions to complex problems. These programs that we run are critical in ensuring our lake ecosystems are resilient in the face of climate change and our taonga species and special places are protected for future generations. However, resources for these programs are few and far between. Crown support for these programs has in some cases been provided or partially provided in some of the aforementioned programs, but many of them are not resourced by the Crown or local or central government whatsoever, leaving Te Aroha Lakes Trust in the position of having to seek funds from independent organisations to fill the gaps left by local regional councils and the Crown. These programs are well recognised by our Crown partners and our stakeholders as playing a critical role in both conservation and in uniting our community, and yet they are expected to perform this role without being properly resourced to do so. In the face of climate change, these already very limited resources that are being attributed to our programs will be entirely insufficient in the future. Take, for example, the Aquatic Weed Control Program. Now, the Aquatic Weed Control Program across the Te Aroha Lakes is funded by Land Information New Zealand and Bay of Plenty Regional Council. The funding provided for this program, compared to the many other regions which receive funding for aquatic weed control in lakes and freshwater spaces, is completely inequitable compared to other regions. We have 14 lakes here in Te Aroha that we manage, and we receive a very small proportion of resources to be able to manage these lakes ourselves. The aquatic weed issues within Te Aroha have received complaints, issues, have been a massive nuisance, have been in the news since the 1960s. And yet, over the 65 years that we have been dealing with this issue, we have never once had enough resources to meaningfully deal with that problem. Continuously, the problem of aquatic weeds have gotten worse and worse and worse in our lakes, and the resources have not been scaled to match up with that increase in aquatic weeds. Now we are in the position where the aquatic weed program does not have enough resources to at all meaningfully tackle the issue of aquatic weeds. Instead, it plays to community values and community aesthetics. We pay lip service to the complaints that come in, ensure that certain areas that receive those complaints will receive resources, and the rest of our lakes and our ecosystem, the ecosystem values in our lakes, are entirely ignored by that program, to the point where we have had to develop our own technologies that are suitable to utilize in our lakes, because the tools that were given to us were not suitable in the first place. This is how tools and technologies such as our UFI mats came about, because there was no suitable tool to deal with our lakes in the first place, and so we came up with one by ourselves. The trialling of that tool was funded by Land Information New Zealand, and through those trials, we found massive success, not only in the UFI's ability to suppress aquatic weeds, but also in the ability of the UFI to provide refuge habitat where our taonga species can hide away from those introduced predators. Despite the massive successes of our UFI program, no further funding has been lodged to be able to implement that program at a larger scale. Hence why we are now utilising community power and our tamariki to be able to implement this tool, because our tamariki can realise that they need to implement this tool, not only for our lakes, but for themselves. Through the Te Arawa Lakes Settlement Act 2006, ownership of 14 lake beds is vested in the Te Arawa Lakes Trust. However, the Te Arawa Lakes Settlement Act 2006 makes no provision for the current and future impacts of climate change to the Te Arawa Lakes. This lack of resourcing limits the ability for Te Arawa to respond to the impacts of climate change, many of which have significant impacts for the lake beds which we now own. Through the Settlement Act, the Rotorua Te Arawa Lakes Strategy Group was established, made up of partners from Te Arawa Lakes Trust, Bay of Plenty Regional Council, and the Rotorua Lakes Council. The strategy group manages a $144 million program, which services just 4 of our lakes: Rotorua, Rotoiti, Okarika, and Rotoehu. The limited scope of this funding has narrowed the focus of the Rotorua Te Arawa Lakes Strategy Group from 14 lakes down to 4, neglecting the many other lakes within the region, despite the obvious and imperative issues that they present. In addition, the funding deed for this resource exists between the Crown and Bay of Plenty Regional Council, rather than Te Arawa, undermining the partnership between Te Arawa and the Crown and forcing Te Arawa to take a cap-in-hand approach to secure resourcing for programs which directly benefit those lakes that were mentioned earlier. In an independent review of the strategy group, it was found that the strategy group failed to acknowledge climate change as a significant threat in their approach to lakes restoration. This failure directly undermines the actions taken to mitigate the legacy issues and improve water quality. Additionally, this review found that the Te Arawa Lakes Trust should be leading the strategy group and the associated work programs under the funding deed. But instead, the role of Te Arawa within the group has been undermined by a lack of resource which prevents our people from participating equally alongside our stakeholders. In order to continue to make meaningful on-the-ground progress towards ecosystems and communities that are resilient in the face of climate change, we must be fairly and equitably resourced to do so, just as our partners are. Kia ora.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Ma'am, I will file all of the presentation notes and PowerPoints, of course, of all of our witnesses. That was, you can see Ms. Wharekura's passion and also the depth of her hands-on experience that came through in her oral presentation. So I'll make sure that those are filed. And to now, to you, whether you'd like your micro break or go straight to questions.
We'll go straight to questions, thanks. But yes, thank you for advising that the speaking notes will be filed. Thank you. Over to the Crown.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Kula. Ko Nixon whānako o te karuna. Just checking if you can hear me clearly. So I thank you for your evidence and very succinct summary of it. So I've got some broad questions about both the strategy group and the impact of climate change on the freshwaters. But before I begin, can I just check you've got a copy of your brief of evidence with you?
Yeah.
So my questions will largely track the evidence that you've presented there. So if I could just begin at paragraph 92 of your evidence. There you were critical of the fact that the funding deed is limited to the Crown and the 2 local councils. And earlier at paragraph 90, you explained that it is through this deed that the Crown had committed a contribution of 72 million to be matched by the councils. And I guess I just want to really explore with you whether you think whether it is possible that the reason that the deed is limited to the Crown and the council is because that's an instrument that governs their obligation to contribute financially, as opposed to being a means to exclude Te Arawa from the decision-making process.
Yeah. So I don't believe that the structure of the funding deed is an intentional move to exclude Te Arawa from the process. However, that has been the impact, unfortunately. So I believe that, yes, the regional council, as the body that is in control of those funds and is in control of those resources, we can work together. There is a potential for that, and that was the intention of the strategy group in the initial formation of that group. However, in reality, that is not how the strategy group has been realised, and that has become really clear out of that independent review of the strategy group conducted in 2023.
Thank you. And I just want to explore that a bit more. So what I'm proposing to do is sort of walk you through a document and then invite your comments on the practicalities of how it works in practice. So I understand that in 2007 there was a memorandum of understanding signed between the Crown and the strategy group. You are aware of that?
Yes.
Can I ask Ms. McTaggart to bring up that document, which is at tab 6 of the bundle, at page 491 of the PDF? Or 91. It's not showing up on my screen. Can I just check that's something you and the tribunal can see?
Sorry, Mr. Fong, we can't see it either.
If you could bear with me for a moment,
Sure.
It might be a technological glitch.
Yes. The tribunal staff could bring it up if that might be easier.
Yeah, that works for me.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes. Ms. Wharakura, is the text large enough, or would you like us to enlarge that a bit for you? Can you see clearly? Right. This is the memorandum, and that's the memorandum signed between the Crown and the strategy group comprising of the Trust and the 2 local councils. And if I could just turn to page 3 of that document, which is at 493 of the PDF. And so under clause 2, the purpose, you would see that the purpose of the memorandum is to establish a formal working relationship between the four parties. Can you see that?
Yep.
Now, if we could just move down the page to clause 4, which describes the roles of the different parties. And under the first bullet point, the parties are envisaged to be able to discuss and debate issues relating to the lakes. You would agree with that?
That is what it says, yes.
And bullet point 2, it says the four parties will consider funding for specific projects on a case-by-case basis to contribute to agreed project outcomes. Can you see that?
Yes.
So I guess the way I'm reading this, and obviously you might have a different perspective in terms of how it works in practice, is that there is funding available and obviously contributed by the Crown, the local councils, but according to the memorandum, they don't get to dictate how the money is used, but it's meant to be a collaborative process between the four parties to discuss, to debate, and on a case-by-case basis. Would you agree that that's the effect of the memorandum?
That is the intention, yes. Unfortunately, because Te Arawa Lakes Trust is not resourced to be able to contribute to the space equitably as our partners are, that is not necessarily recognised in reality in terms of enabling all parties to discuss and debate issues. In terms of the funding for specific projects on a case-by-case basis, it's to contribute to agreed project outcomes. And the agreed project outcomes for the Rotorua Te Arawa Lakes Strategy Group are largely dictated by the Rotorua Te Arawa Lakes Strategy Statement, which is heavily focused on water quality. So again, they have taken the scope of overall lake health, which to us is the agreed project outcome in terms of lake restoration, and narrowed that focus through a series of statements and of other flow-through effects. That means that that resource is then narrowed to very, very specific projects, many of which don't actually achieve any of the aspirations for the people of Te Arawa or for the community at large.
Thank you. And I guess you would, obviously the Crown hasn't filed its evidence, but you would agree with me, would you not, that that you have no issues with the design of how the parties are meant to work. You're taking issue more with the actual execution of this memorandum of understanding. Is that a fair way of summarising it?
Relatively, yes, to my own perspective. I know that there are a lot of other perspectives across Te Arawa that may feel differently about the way that these partnerships are set up and are meant to be enacted. But in my own personal perspective, yes, I believe that the original intention has the potential to be effective if we have effective partnerships together.
Thank you. Now, in staying at paragraph 92, so you've made the comment that Te Arawa has to take a cap-in-hand approach to secure funding. Can I just give you the opportunity to give us, for an example where that might have happened?
One of the best examples that I can give is for our cultural monitoring plan. So to give a little bit more context about our cultural monitoring is actually a requirement under a large proportion of the Bay of Plenty Regional Council consents. So within the consent conditions, for a lot of the consents that are held by the Regional Council, they are the consent holder. Those consent conditions state that cultural monitoring must be conducted and implemented. However, no such resource has been provided to actually implement this plan. So we have taken a cap-in-hand approach many, many times to try and secure any form of resource for this program through our regional council, through the Te Arawa Lakes Strategy Group, through our local council, and through a number of other bodies, all of which have been relatively unsuccessful, to the point where now our cultural monitoring of our lakes, which fills the many gaps left by Bay of Plenty Regional Council, the Rotorua Lakes Council, and the Crown itself in their freshwater monitoring schemes, all of the work being done to fill those gaps is being funded by independent organisations that sit outside of the Crown and outside of our local and central government.
Thank you. Now, if we could move then to paragraph 96 of your evidence. And there you refer to the lack of Crown involvement in the strategy group. And I just want to clarify what you mean by that. Do you mean, are you referring to the fact that the MFE officials don't have the authority to make decisions on behalf of the Crown in that group? Is that what you're referring to in terms of lack of involvement?
Partially, yes, but also the lack of involvement in terms of contributing to the group itself. So there's not a very meaningful contribution through the MFE representative within the strategy group in terms of being on the Crown's behalf for their partnership or within their own expertise. They are essentially a silent witness to the Rotorua Te Aroha Lake strategy group. They don't necessarily contribute to make resources, but they don't necessarily contribute to make decisions, but they also don't necessarily contribute in terms of any knowledge or any information that they hold or any terms of advisory.
And can I just test that with you a little bit further? We don't have evidence yet on this particular issue, but I just want to explore whether one possible explanation for this state of being is that the setup is designed to encourage local councils and iwi to collaborate for the improvement and upkeep of the lakes, which is more appropriately dealt with at local level rather than the Crown having a central sort of a weighty role in it. Do you think that setup reflects that rationale?
I think that's a good rationale to hold, and it is very effective in terms of lakes management. However, our partnership is between Te Aroha and the Crown. It is not with necessarily those smaller Crown entities, it is with the Crown itself. And so in order to honour that partnership, we need the Crown to actually be involved at our level.
Do you have an example of where you thought the Crown wasn't involved enough and that there were opportunities for it to take a greater role at a level that you think is appropriate?
There are times where Crown agencies have supported Te Aroha Lakes programs, where they have supported in ways that are more effective, say, than being a silent witness. But off of the top of my head, I can't think of any examples where there has been meaningful contribution and meaningful partnership in terms of honouring the intentions and the aspirations of the people of Te Aroha and the action taken by the people of Te Aroha.
Thank you. If we can now go to paragraph 108 of your evidence. There you make the point that the Crown's response to climate change has largely ignored the impacts of climate change to freshwater bodies across the country, including the Te Aroha lakes. Recognising this is obviously in your sphere of expertise, so my questions are just exploratory in nature. Can I just start by asking if you're aware of the National Climate Change Risk Assessment?
Yes.
And so you would know that that's the assessment that ultimately informed the National Adaptation Plan?
Yes.
So if I could just bring up the National Climate Change Risk Assessment for the Assistant of the Tribunal staff, it's at tab 4, page 163 of the bundle. So that's the document that we are talking about. So if we could go to page 57 of that document, which is 219 of the PDF itself. Is the text large enough for you, or should we enlarge it a little bit?
That's fine.
Okay, so you can see the first sort of heading and highlighted in written in green with sort of prefaced by the number N6. It says risk to lake ecosystems due to changes in temperatures, lake water residence time, and thermal stratification and mixing. Can you see that?
Yeah.
And would it be fair to say that this risk is one of the risks that you've identified and explained in the brief of evidence that you've filed?
Yes.
Right. And so would you agree with me that putting aside whether the Crown has responded to that risk, that the Crown hasn't ignored or it's not ignorant of the risk of climate change poses to freshwater bodies? Would you accept that based on what you're seeing on the page at the moment?
Yes, some of the main risks have been identified and recognised by the Crown. I do believe that there are others that the Crown has neglected to acknowledge or neglected to purposefully and meaningfully look at the impacts of. But these are under the current understanding of freshwater science. These are the ones that are likely to be the most obvious in terms of lakes management.
Right. And if I could now turn to the National Adaptation Plan, which is at page 296 of the PDF. So that's the National Adaptation Plan. You're familiar with that document?
Relatively, yeah.
And if we can go to the PDF page at page 397. So you will see towards the bottom, the bolded text under the table that talks about actions to support a thriving natural environment.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could go over the page. Just the third bullet point there, it talks about prioritising the health of water bodies and freshwater in Aotearoa to ensure these ecosystems have the capacity to adapt to climate change, climate impacts. Can you see that?
Yes.
So I could take you to the action item itself, but instead of doing that, would you accept, again, based on what this official document is saying, that the Crown is not only cognizant of the risks that climate change might pose to freshwater bodies, but they do have action plans in mind to address it, particularly through their national policy statement for freshwater management?
Yes, they have acknowledged it, and they do have action plans in mind to be able to potentially help our ecosystems to adapt to climate impacts. Whether or not these are efficient or effective or implemented at all is a different matter entirely.
And so having seen these references, and this is not a challenge to your evidence, but I'm just wondering whether you think when you say at paragraph 108 that the Crown has largely ignored the impacts of climate change to freshwater bodies across the country, like whether you think that might be an overstatement, and whether in light of these references you might be prepared to adjust the level at which you pitch your evidence.
In my own view, the significance and the scale of the climate change impacts that are being experienced across freshwater bodies at the moment has been ignored. Even though the fact that, yes, potentially certain impacts will occur has been acknowledged, the actual scale of those impacts and the follow-on results of those impacts towards the people of Te Arawa, the communities of Rotorua, the communities of the Bay of Plenty, and the communities across Aotearoa has been relatively ignored. In my view, those are the true impacts and the true significance of climate change as we experience it here in Te Arawa.
And this, my next question might be a little bit speculative, so feel free not to answer it if you don't feel you're able to. But just in terms of one of the action items about implementing a national policy statement for freshwater management, do you think that could be effective in terms of addressing the problems you've identified?
With the current state of the national policy statement for freshwater management, no. Short answer. Particularly with our coalition government and the way that they have treated and are currently treating the national policy statement, it was ineffective to begin with, and with the new changes that are likely to come in, it will be even less effective to address and tackle the climate change impacts that are occurring.
And so just to narrow that down a little bit, would you agree that the general architecture of having a national policy statement to address these issues is a good one, but again, the challenges in the details and the makeup of the statement itself that you're taking issue with?
I can't necessarily give you a straight answer on that. I am yet to see these national policy statements be used effectively in a tai ao context and effectively in partnership with te iwi Māori. If they were able to do that, then, and if we had any evidence or proof that they were doing that effectively, then I would be able to give a more clear-cut answer. But unfortunately, as things stand, I am yet to see a real shining example of how that can happen.
Thank you. And I'm coming to my last question, and thank you for the helpful way you've been answering these questions. The last question relates to paragraph 117 of your evidence. And there you refer to the fact that the Crown's response to climate change has been limited to emissions trading scheme, which does not support or recognise the aspirations of Māori in responding to climate change and its impacts. And there are sort of two propositions in this paragraph that I want to explore with you. The first is just in terms of the statement that the Crown's response has been limited to the emissions trading scheme. Are you aware of a document called the Emissions Reduction Plan?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that the plan relies not only on the emissions trading scheme, but there are also complementary policies supporting the Crown's overall response to reducing emissions?
Yeah, I probably don't have enough deep enough understanding of that document to know this full suite of policies which are supporting the emissions reduction.
So you would agree, even if you don't know the full detail, and I'm not quizzing you on it, but would you accept that the proposition that the Crown's response to reducing emissions is not limited only to the ETS itself?
I would put forward that the Crown's meaningful action towards reducing climate change has been limited to those emissions trading schemes. I'm sure there are a lot of other actions or pieces of paper that are being utilised as an example of how we are acting against climate change, but when I think about how to address climate change, it is action-based and outcome-based rather than policy-based. If those policies were shown to be super effective, in that case, then yes.
And the second proposition in paragraph 117 is just the idea of the Crown not supporting or recognising Māori aspirations in responding to climate change and its impacts. Can I just trouble tribunal staff again to bring up the bundle, and I want to take you to the emissions reduction plan, and the particular page that I want to go to is page 153 of the PDF itself. So this is a chapter with the heading Mitigating Impacts with Māori. And if we could go to the next page. So sort of after the first two bullet points, you would see that the plan outlines 4 principles to implement the government's plan to both give effect to the principles of the treaty and lessen impacts of climate policies on iwi and Māori. But I just want to draw your attention to the third bullet point under those 4 principles. Sort of bolded, the text bolded, it says Māori-led climate priorities. Can you see that?
Yeah.
And it refers to the Māori climate platform. I'm conscious it's been talked about in the previous 2 days, but I just want to check with you if you're familiar with this initiative.
No.
So, if I could put this way, and I'm conscious you have to take my words for it, and so feel free to decline to answer on that basis. But the intent of the platform is to provide a platform for Māori-led climate change responses, and so it's by Māori, for Māori, and just at that high, it might be an unfair question, so I'm not forcing you to answer, but at that level of generality, would you say that's a positive initiative in terms of achieving Māori aspirations for climate change?
I can't necessarily comment without being able to understand the ins and outs of how the Māori climate platform actually functions. What I will say though is the fact that we have not been engaged as Te Aroha Lake Trust and the many programs that we run that directly influence climate change issues within our lakes have not been approached by the Māori climate platform, to my knowledge, says to me that it's not necessarily a very effective method of platforming Māori climate resilience at this point in time.
And the last reference I want to take you to is just the 4th bullet point about recognising Mātauranga Māori as a guide to local action. And again, I just want to invite your views in terms of obviously that the document itself says the government recognises the importance and opportunity of Mātauranga Māori to iwi, hapu and whānau as a guide to reducing emissions and adapting at place. And I just wonder if, and I'm conscious it might be a big if on your part, if the government were to be able to deliver on that 4th bullet point, would you agree that the plan itself is a way to support and recognise the aspirations of Māori in responding to climate change?
I think the principles need to go further than recognising Mātauranga Māori as a guide. I think that our response towards climate change needs to be co-developed at every single step along the way, and it's not enough to simply recognise that Mātauranga Māori or to utilise Mātauranga Māori as a guide. It needs to be implemented at every single step in the process in order to be effective, and in order to do that, we need to be able to co-design those programs and those policies together.
Thank you. I've no further questions, but I just want to say thank you for the helpful way in which you've been answering my questions.
Thank you. We'll just take a micro break before we have tribunal questioning. Kia ora no, welcome back. I'll just ask, first of all, Kevin Prime to begin with his questions.
Kia ora. It's just a short question. It's on, excuse me, paragraph 25, where you list those taonga species. What's the morihana?
Morihana so morihana are a word for our feral goldfish. So way back when trout were introduced into our lakes, they're not a native, but way back when trout were introduced into our lakes, the people of Te Arawa were not permitted to eat trout, and we weren't able to afford trout fishing licenses. On top of that, we also, when the trout were introduced, the trout basically ate every single other taonga species on that list down to near extinction. So the resources that the people of Te Arawa had been living off for hundreds of years were gone in a very quick period of time. And so as a recognition of that, and as a recognition of the fact that Te Arawa were not able to access the trout population that were now infesting our lakes, we were gifted with the morihana, the feral goldfish. So these feral goldfish were released across a number of different lakes in our region. The name morihana is in reference to the missionary Morrison that brought them down for release.
Oh, right. Okay, very interesting. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, so they are still considered a taonga species today because of that relationship. They're not necessarily eaten as often today. We have lots of other resources now, but a lot of our old people, our kuia and kaumapua, still eat our morihana and still request morihana quite often. They're a very bony fish, but yeah, quite likeable to our old people.
Ka pai, ko malama tēnā. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Wharekura, thank you very much for your eloquent and passionate presentation of your evidence. I'm wanting to ask you a question about paragraph 40, but I've got a couple of other paragraphs I'll refer to first. So in paragraph 77, you talk about the Catfish Killers program, which has removed 200,000 or more catfish from Rotoiti and Rotorua. I note that it looks like a rangatahi spelling, K-I-L-L-A-S for killers, yes. But there we are. Earlier in your evidence at paragraph 27, you talked about lake temperatures, and for the kora, if it goes above 19 degrees Celsius, it's problem times, and they go deep, and you know, your evidence was very clear there. Now, the thing is about lake temperatures, water temperatures, they're affected by what is happening in the whole world. You can't control water temperatures in Rotorua. So I know that Kai Whakawā Milroy is keen to be optimistic, but I want to be a bit pessimistic and ask for your comment on paragraph 40 and 41, because it seems that the pest species are going to do better. As the temperature rises, there's nothing you can do, it looks like. Yes, you can get 20,000 catfish killers out, and you can do another 100,000 or whatever it is, but if the temperatures go up, you're losing. Any thoughts about that, and try and encourage the judge to be positive?
Yeah, so I can definitely understand the pessimistic stance, and it's a stance that is held also here within our communities as well. There are certain people who don't understand why you would undertake this work, knowing full well that the impacts of climate change are going to continue to ramp up in future, and that us as little old Te Arawa, little old New Zealand even, we are in a difficult position in being able to mitigate those impacts. However, there are things that we can do, and we are actively doing them. So we have implemented several different trials and different types of coda refuges. So we have our uwhi mats, in which coda can actually live underneath the uwhi. The uwhi, the weave of it itself, because it's a woven mat rather than a piece of fabric, it is able to facilitate oxygen exchange. So what that means is that oxygen is able to make it to the bottom of our lakes and able to reach that bottom. Oxygen is depleted less quickly because there are less aquatic weeds in that space. And then on top of that, our coda are able to hide underneath the uwhi. And this is something that our divers, our scientific divers, have observed throughout our uwhi trials. We've also implemented artificial reefs, in which we've created coda habitats where they can survive and thrive in areas where catfish are also present. So they have areas where they can be protected. And we've also seen incredible gains through our Te Aroha Tau Coda program. So Tau Coda involves utilisation of creating natural coda habitats out of bracken fern. When the coda are hiding in this bracken fern, they are protected from catfish, and they are also able to access deeper waters, cooler waters when they need to. On top of that, we also have the implementation of things like riparian planting, lakeside planting, in which shading comes over our lakes, and that actually has a huge impact in being able to lower lake temperatures, especially in those shallows where our coda need to come up and feed, forage, and access oxygen. And we also have our wetland restoration, which acts in turn indirectly to lower water temperatures and ensure that water temperatures remain stable and within a tolerable range.
Well, that was a large number of positive things. So thank you very much indeed for it, because, you know, all around the world we're talking about extinction of species, and you're damn sure you're not going to allow this species to become extinct, if at all possible. So thank you very much indeed for your words and for your actions. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe anō. I've got a few questions to ask, but yes, it was very interesting to hear your evidence just then about all the different activities that you are undertaking, that your various groups are undertaking. Just in terms of the uwhi mats, you mentioned that you've got school children, tamariki, doing some weaving of them, but and are they being used in all the lakes, all the 14 lakes? Because I noted in your evidence you were saying that only 4 of the lakes seem to get any real attention in terms of the councils and so on.
Yeah, so at the moment they're being utilised specifically in areas where either aquatic weed issues are heavily detracting from our native biodiversity or our ability to access sacred sites or sites of significance for the people of Te Aroha. So we work alongside our mana moana to determine where those should go throughout our trial program. So they went in, I think, 4 to 5 different lakes and 1 stream site as well. With the Uri for Uwhi program, the intention of placing those uwhi mats within Lake Rotorua is because of the lack of resourcing that Lake Rotorua receives in terms of its aquatic weed management. When I delved into our aquatic weed management earlier, our resources are really, really limited in terms of aquatic weed management across all of our lakes. And what that means is that for Lake Rotorua, the problem of aquatic weeds in Lake Rotorua is so terrible that the small amount of resources that we have doesn't actually make any difference in terms of aquatic herbicide spraying. We could spray a small patch of the lake, but it wouldn't make a difference to our communities, and it would not prevent the issues that are occurring for our communities through aquatic weed issues. So with the uwhi mats, our intention here is to ensure that we can provide a solution for that problem that is far less resource heavy, that is a solution that our entire community can contribute to, especially because the community of Rotorua are the ones across our lakes that are the most impacted by aquatic weed issues and impacted by the wash up of aquatic weeds. We have many, many groups around our lakes who utilise our lake very often for things like wakaama, rowing, all of our different clubs, all of our different fishermen, all of our tamariki swimming, all of our programs that go on in our lakes, and every single one is heavily affected by those aquatic weeds. Within the aquatic weed management space, there is no other opportunity for the community to engage with aquatic weeds, which can be really frustrating for our community when they are the ones who are impacted at the end of the day. They are the ones who are out there raking the aquatic weeds off the shoreline so that they can get access to put our wakaama waka in there. And so to be able to gift them with a tool, a technology to be able to tackle that issue, and a tool and technology that they are able to implement themselves. It's not something that costs a huge amount of resources. It's something that is completely natural, that is readily available to us out in our taiao, and it's also something that fosters connection towards our lakes and that enables the passing on of skills to our next generation as well.
So are you hoping that all those different groups who use the moana will also actually start weaving the uwhi mats as well?
So that's the plan, to get out to all of our community groups, anyone with willing hands, all around our different schools around the lakes, and anyone who is willing to participate, because I know that we have a huge workforce of people who care a lot about our lakes, who care very deeply about these issues, and who have been trying to find avenues to help. And I know that because they email us, they are in our Facebook comments, they are talking to us while we are out in the community saying, what can I do here? And so we need to provide them with an answer, and we think we probably found one.
Right. That sounds, I'm very optimistic then. In terms of your wonderful efforts in trying to deal with these issues, improve water quality, and return the lakes to their ancestral state in a way, so far as you're able, is the intention that by doing that, the lake's ecosystems are more able to deal with the climate change that's coming, not just what's now, but with what's coming. The adaptations will be easier for the lake flora and fauna as well as for the humans who live around the lake.
Exactly that. So at the moment, our lake is in a really dire state, and we are on the brink of our tipping point. So with climate change and with the conditions that we are expecting, when we are on the brink of that tipping point, if we add further and further pressures, we are going to push towards collapse very quickly. And so what we need to do is bring ourselves away from that tipping point. And in doing that, we foster healthy lake ecosystems, we foster a really strong community around our lakes, we foster spaces where our taonga species can be strong, our water quality can be really strong. All of those actions feed towards getting us away from that tipping point and reducing the pressure so that we are able to respond in future.
Mm. And of course, Rotorua is a huge tourism mecca for Aotearoa New Zealand. And so, if we lose the lakes, we're damaging our own industries, aren't we?
Exactly. And that's one thing that is really, really clear in terms of living in Rotorua. The impacts of aquatic weeds, the impacts of catfish, all of these impacts are seen and felt. They are very obvious. So we are at a point now where these issues are already impacting on our tourist industry. They are already impacting on our ability to utilise our lakes and platform them as a taonga, and that has the follow-on effect of actually reducing our mana as the people of Te Aroa and reducing the amount of resources that we have access to, which again means that we are able to achieve even less for our people.
Right, thank you. Could I just ask you a question? It's at paragraph 90 of your evidence. You've said there that the Crown committed $72 million of Crown funds through the funding deed to the restoration program. And this was matched by contributions from Bay of Plenty Regional Council and Rotorua Lakes Council. So it was 72 million from each of those two councils as well? Or was it just...
No, so it's 72 million collectively from both councils.
Okay, right. So a total fund of 144 billion. And and that's administered by the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, in effect, is it? I mean, in terms of the accounting and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah. You were asked earlier whether about Te Aroa having to go cap in hand to the group for their projects, and I saw something in your evidence in the appendices that the councils also have their projects related to this fund that they wish to use this fund for. And what's the power, I suppose, of Te Aroa in terms of saying yes or no to those projects?
Currently, because of the lack of resource to be able to actually contribute in a meaningful way to at the strategy group level, our power is very little. The Regional Council and Lakes Council essentially outnumber our figure in the strategy group, and what that means is that they are able to put across the line things that are completely outside of the alignment of Te Arawa priorities, and they are able to ensure that those programs receive funding, even though they are not necessarily to the benefit of the Te Arawa Lakes Trust and Te Arawa priorities.
So are you suggesting that there are projects which don't align, in fact, with the Settlement Act? Perhaps I'll leave that for your counsel to answer in closing submissions. All right, thank you for that. Just back to the 14 lakes and really only 4 receiving attention, is that limitation due mainly to the limited funding, or is it due to, well, what do you think it's due to?
Yeah, partially due to the limited funding. There's also a limited scope in terms of the actual capacity and capability of the Rotorua Te Arawa Lakes Strategy Group and of the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, Rotorua Lakes Council and Te Arawa Lakes Trust to manage all of those lakes and all of the priorities that are going on within Te Arawa. I think if we were to take all of the 14 lakes, it would have to be a larger group with a lot more expertise than is what is currently at the table.
All right, but as far as you know, the intention of the settlement, the Te Arawa Lakes settlement, was in relation to all 14 of the lakes?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, can I just take you to the independent review, which was an appendix to your evidence. And so this was the independent review of the Rotorua Te Arawa Lakes Strategy Group. And I have to say there were some quite severe criticisms in this review of how the group is working, and I just wondered whether what has happened to that review, what has happened to the recommendations in that review, has anything been done to meet the criticisms in the review?
So the Rotorua Te Arawa Lakes Strategy Group is still currently working towards implementing some of the changes that were recommended through that independent review. So Te Arawa has taken over as chair of the group, and we also have a Te Arawa Lakes Trust champion as part of the group now. So these have been good movements towards changing that current status. However, there are other larger issues that need to be addressed than our titles within the group, I think, in terms of the resourcing and the allocation of resourcing.
So in terms of the resourcing, how much appetite is there within the councils to provide more resourcing? And similarly, is there any, have you seen any indications from Crown? I think there's the MFE person sitting on this group. Any indications from the Crown that there is consideration about more funding or more resourcing?
Not particularly, to be honest with you. I'm not at the strategy group full time, so there may have been conversations that I was not present for, but in my view, I have not seen any further funding committed towards ourselves or our projects.
And in terms of the state of the fund, I am presuming that it hasn't been exhausted as yet. Are you able to tell me whether
there's a small minority left of it, so there's not a large amount. I'm not sure what the exact figure is, but I know that it's a minority of that original 144 million.
Right, and I would guess that you're not able to say how much was utilised for the Te Arawa projects as compared to maybe the council projects. The proportion.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure the proportion spent either way, but I do know that in terms of the impact and the actions taken, the vast majority of the actions have been in support of the local and regional council programs rather than supporting the aspirations of Te Aroha.
All right. Perhaps Ms. Te Whenua, at some point you may be able to provide that evidence for us.
Yes, ma'am. We'll see if we can source that information and provide that in writing.
All right. Thank you very much. Those were my questions. Thank you very much for your evidence. I'm just really so impressed by such a young woman having so much oversight and in-depth knowledge of your area of expertise. So congratulations for that. And again, thank you for your time in presenting to us.
Thank you also from me. It has been a great pleasure to sit with you today and listen to you deliver your evidence. You're vivacious and passionate, and given your age also gives us a sense of optimism to draw on Professor Williams that you're in good hands in the future. So thank you so much. I know you are going to run away, and I think that Ms. Wharikura has taken time out from weaving the uwhi mats very close by and is going to go back or thereabouts and join our tamariki, so it's fabulous. Thank you so much.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
Okay.
Now, we were going to begin with yes, before lunch. So, do you want a little couple of minute break to
do the changeover now? Ms. McCarthy is joining from her own Zoom, and I wonder if she has joined or is in the waiting room.
I'm on here.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Do you need time, ma'am, at all, or are you ready to begin with Ms. McCarthy?
Yes, we're ready. If Ms. McCarthy is ready, and it looks like she is.
Bye-bye. Well, in introducing Ms. McCarthy, I'll note that her brief of evidence is at application A064. And thank her for making herself available and hand it over to you, Mari, to summarise your evidence for the tribunal. We'll have until 12:30 before the scheduled break, just as a note for your timekeeping.
Okay. Tēnā rā koutou katoa. I whakapapa to Ngāti Whakaue through my great-grandfather, Henry Dargaville Bennett. My name is Māori McCarthy. I moved to Rotorua in 2017 to take up a job with Sign Research. I have a Masters of Education from Victoria University of Wellington. I've worked for 2 New Zealand universities as an academic and also for one wānanga. Further, I've been employed as a senior social science researcher for 2 private sector companies and as a principal within the Ministry for the Environment, working on the first New Zealand adaptation plan. I've written various reports and published in books and manuscripts, and I currently work for Tonkin & Taylor as a senior consultant. This submission is specifically concerned with the work I undertook with Te Aroha Lakes Trust and Te Urunga Kia Te Aroha Climate Change Working Party from 2018 through to 2020. During this period, I was employed as a senior Māori researcher for Sign Research in Rotorua. In 2019, Sign Research, Te Aroha Lakes Trust and Te Urunga Kia were successful in winning a research grant to develop a Te Aroha climate change strategy and a prioritised research program. This submission notes that the Crown is charged with key duties as a Treaty of Waitangi partner, which includes active protection, partnership, equity and participation, all of which are key principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. Central to these obligations, the Crown must take proactive steps to ensure the active protection of Māori interest and taonga. This includes their property, tribal authority, cultural practices and Māori themselves. The submission provides an overview of the Te Aroha climate change strategy, and doing so outlines the key strategic areas that have been identified through a rigorous research process to ascertain the climate adaptation direction required by Te Aroha to ensure a future where the iwi is not further disproportionately impacted. For Te Arawa, in the context of this submission, the strategy is not only a key planning document for the iwi, but also is an outline of the key areas that the Crown has failed to provide active protection for. This submission purports that if there was an active protection mechanism in place, there would have been little need to develop such a wide-reaching climate change strategy. The submission also advances the view that in absence of active protection by the Crown, the current inequalities that Te Arawa iwi currently face will further be exacerbated. This is based on the view that for Te Arawa, in comparison to non-Māori, the playing field is uneven. We do not start in the same position. For example, Te Arawa disproportionately experiences poverty. Half of our population is under 30 years, and half of our working population earn less than the living wage. Te Manawa or Te Arawa Trust represents over 20,000 registered beneficiaries with one or more Te Arawa iwi or hapu. The median age in 2013 was 23.8 years. The capacity then for many Te Arawa iwi to engage climate adaptation activities and or adopt approaches that mitigate against climate change is more difficult when household monies are consumed by day-to-day survival. Te Arawa have 130 marae. Many are on the coastlines, while others inland close to waterways such as rivers and lakes. Within Te Arawa, we are already experiencing flooding around marae close to lakes, and on the coastlines, some communities are planning for managed retreat due to projected flooding models. We understand that marae across our rohinga are at risk. In the absence of resources to ensure the safety of marae and associated settlements, these places of cultural significance alongside Urupa, the whenua and the people will be displaced and further disadvantaged. Flooding at the marae expands, for example, to include not only the physical characteristics of the landscape and seascape, but also impacts the social fabric of the community. The marae is the personification of ancestors, is a cultural space that have narratives of our ancestors inscribed in the carvings, tukutuku and kōwhaiwhai panels. These taonga are a representation of time expressed in the present through hui, tangihana and celebration. Marae are more than just a meeting house as defined in Western terms, but are the nexus of a Māori community that binds the socio-cultural and socio-economic layers and fabric of whakapapa in the form of a physical building. Marae are for whānau, hapu and iwi a source of cultural identity, a place where culture, according to tikanga and kawa, is enacted. The marae are not bound by the culture of outsiders, but provides a sanctuary where we are culturally defined within the perimeters of being Te Arawa. Contextually, the application for research funding was made in response to the first New Zealand Climate Technical Report, named Climate Change Adaptation Technical Working Report 2018. This report describes the New Zealand context as a time when New Zealand was waking up to the reality that climate change affects what we do, how we do, and where we live. That was a quote, unquote. The report further outlines we must start now to assess the risks and plan proactively in the knowledge there will be inevitable damages and losses. These can be reduced if the recommendations in the report are adopted. In relation to Māori, the report recommends that, number one, mātauranga led measures that reflect cultural impacts of climate change are developed and managed by iwi hapu. Number two, iwi Māori, through the treaty partnership with the government, are able to make informed choices about how they will respond to climate change and have a platform for expressing values and preferences for options available. Number three, all actions prioritises the most vulnerable sectors and communities. The 2018 report also indicates inequities associated with the funding models for Māori communities. It appears to me that little has changed in relation to this reported observation. This is also substantiated by the evidence outlined in Lani Kiriopa's brief dated 16th of May 2023. We note that during the time that Te Aroha were developing their climate change strategy, that there was only one other iwi that had completed a published strategy. The Bay of Plenty Regional Council had released for comment a draft climate change strategy. However, this was still in development. Amongst the iwi, there was a growing interest in climate policy with proposed government changes to regulations at this time. This illustrates a number of key factors. Firstly, the foresight and determination of Te Aroha to be responsive by strategically preparing to ensure that their people were not further disadvantaged by climate change. And secondly, the drive by Te Aroha to undertake their due diligence by engaging preparatory measures in the form of strategic planning to advance an informed pathway for the Crown to actively protect their interests and taonga as an iwi. We propose that we have completed the necessary tasks to advance climate action. Te Ara ki kōpū, Te Aroha Climate Change Strategy centres our own ancient narrative of Tamata Kapuang, Ngā Toroirangi, and the people who travelled from Hawaii to Aotearoa. Along the journey, Tamata Kapuang tried to seduce his cousin's wife, Kearoa. Ngā Toroirangi, upon discovering Tamata Kapuang's intentions, recited a karakia in rage, which resulted in a giant whirlpool developing. As the waka was being enveloped by the whirlpool, the people pleaded with Ngā Toroirangi to save them. Feeling sorry for his people, he recited a powerful karakia to tame the waters. The waka is said to ascend upon the rays of the sun, and thus renamed Te Aroha, the pathway laid down by the sun. Inspiration for the strategy is formed from this ancient narrative. Leadership as demonstrated by Ngā Toroirangi is pivotal for climate action to occur and has been outlined in the strategy as central to climate action occurring. Key concerns include social factors such as health, housing and transport, cultural factors associated with connection to and also infrastructure, economics, land use change and investment, and environmental, including taonga species, inundation and erosion. We say that there are interdependencies between health and well-being of the people and the environment. For example, Te Aroha's social and economic well-being is closely linked to natural resources, which range from fishing, tourism, farming, forestry and conservation. At a spiritual level, there's also an underlying understanding that the Māori, the spiritual essence of the environment, is interconnected. Health and well-being of one part of the environment impacts other parts of the environment. In terms of people, there is an interreliance between the environment and people. In the absence of a rich and thriving biodiverse environmental state, the capacity of people to ensure their own health and well-being is highly compromised. At a more fundamental level, there exists an interconnection spiritually between people and te taiao. In genealogical terms, the hierarchical nature of whakapapa includes Ranginui as Sky Father and Papatuanuku as Mother Earth. For people, we are an integral part of this whakapapa. The relationship between people and the environment is, in whakapapa terms, then a connection between complex genealogical layers. What then happens and or develops in the environment, so too impacts people. Within Te Aroha Climate Change Strategy, there are 6 prioritised kaupapa areas. This includes adaptation planning and resilience, building, biodiversity, circular enterprise and economics, food and water security, and sovereignty and land use change and practices. The above key kaupapa areas include the following key actions: to engage action plans for each of the strategic areas, to gather and collate robust information to guide planning, decision-making and action, awareness building across the iwi, social mobilisation of the iwi to ensure on-ground action, building strategic alliances, advocacy across local, regional, national and global spaces for Te Aroha. In the development of the strategy, we consulted widely. This includes approximately 12 pui with iwi leaders across forestry, primary sector, investments, government-employed personnel, hapu land trust members, iwi businesses and organisations and rangatahi. We conducted 2 scientists and key Te Arawa leaders hui, which was attended approximately by 100 people in total. The purpose of the hui was to co-develop alongside scientists climate research topics and research pathways. Te Urunga Care established a social media page which grew from 0 to 1,600 followers, and we established a link with the First Nations Consortium, Northern Arizona University Flagstaff. During the strategy development period, Minister James Shaw visited twice to engage a discussion with Te Arawa leaders and interested parties, and we were directly consulted by Emergency Management, the Ministry of Emergency Management, and the development of the National Disaster Resilience Strategy. As a group, we were also actively searching for funding to implement the strategy. During this period, we inquired with the Ministry for the Environment, Global Engagement Committee, Future Earth and World Bank. We were unsuccessful. Conclusion: the above key areas of strategic focus illustrate the scope and breadth of climate work required across the iwi. We propose that given the prejudicial effects of climate change to Māori, the Crown has obligations of active protection to Māori to take adequate steps to ensure that New Zealand bears its fair share as a nation in reducing greenhouse emissions, so as to keep the global temperature rise below dangerous levels that will threaten Māori and their use of land and resources. We propose that threats to our marae, urupa, sites of significance, culture, people and the future existence as a consequence of climate change as a resultant of the Crown failing to take action. The Ministry for the Environment as an agency of the Crown released the Climate Change Adaptation Technical Working Report in 2018. This report clearly outlines the need for a partnership to be formed with Māori to advance Mātauranga Māori-led climate action. This report also clearly indicates the lack of Crown action in relation to the country. The Crown has neglected to enact the recommendations, that is to review the funding to advance iwi-based climate action and to establish a partnership with iwi. Neither of these recommendations have been achieved with Te Arawa. Te Arawa have advanced their own climate strategy not as a consequence of tagged Crown funding for climate planning and action, but as a consequence of a group of iwi and climate leaders capitalising on broader contestable funding rounds. We assert that participation for Te Arawa as a treaty partner as we move into an uncertain climate future will be further curbed as a consequence of inaction by the Crown. Being responsive to climate change requires households to have sufficient monies to be able to afford sustainable measures such as EVs, to afford to fix leaky roofs and walls with black mould, to have water tanks that are resilient, to grow food and to afford renewable energy options. Equity equates to unequal input to achieve equal outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. We've just come to the time when we would take our lunch break. So we'll do that, and then if you would come back after lunch for questions from the Crown and the panel. Thank you.
Ma'am, may I ask at this point, just so that I can get an indication for our next witnesses, the length of time that we might take on questioning Ms. McCarthy? Cross-examination, for example?
So,
just speaking on... Apologies for that.
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so on the Crown's part, no more than 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
Any questions from the panel?
Can I ask what time lunch ends?
I don't think that the tribunal will take more than the 10 minutes allocated. So half an hour at max. All right.
Thank you. And lunch ends at 1:30.
That's right. Yes. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll see you all again at 1:30. Kia ora anō, welcome back. And welcome to you, Ms McCarthy again. We're at that stage where the Crown will be asking questions of you, and then the panel may have some questions for you.
Tēnā koe, Ms McCarthy, ko Nixon Fong aho. Thank you for your evidence. As the chair has signalled, I'll be asking you just some brief questions about your brief of evidence. And on that note, can I just check you do have a copy of your brief of evidence before you?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I just want to start off at paragraphs 23 to 25 of your evidence. And in those three paragraphs, the theme of interconnectedness comes through very strongly. And I just want to ask you some brief questions about that. And it might seem like a long introduction to my question, but if you could bear with me as I show you some documents, I'll come to the question as quickly as I can. So just on that note, can I trouble my colleague, Ms McTaggart, to bring up the Crown bundle of documents? If we go to tab 4, the National Climate Change Risk Assessment for New Zealand. Ms McCarthy, can you see that document clearly before you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
So can I just turn to page 193 of the PDF itself? Is the text a bit small for you, Ms McCarthy?
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's better, thank you.
Yes, and so the title of the subsection is Te Ao Māori and Climate Change Risk. And so this official document begins by noticing that the Māori worldview acknowledges the interconnectedness and interrelationship of all living and non-living things. And that's something you would agree to, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And if we then turn over the page, and if we so page 194, yes. So in this, so I'm not going to quiz you on the details, obviously, but I just want to set the context for my questions about to follow. So towards the bottom of the page, the Crown sort of talks about the from his perspective, the domains that are addressed by this risk assessment, and there are 5 domains there. I won't read it out, but I just want to give you the context of what I'm going to come to shortly. If we then move on to the next page, 195. So you'll see the title is Bringing Māori Perspectives to the Climate Change Risk Assessment. And in the first paragraph, it sort of talks about the challenge that the assessment had in using risk assessment methodology with factoring in diverse Māori views and values. It talks about how the assessment itself can become quite reductive, but it sort of acknowledges that the concept of interconnectedness that you've mentioned, and that's made clear in the second paragraph, which talks about clear connections and interdependencies of risk arise across the 5 domains that I talked about earlier. For Māori who were consulted, exploring these links was felt to provide a more complete understanding of how climate change will affect the well-being of Aotearoa New Zealand. So just pausing here, I don't suspect that you would disagree with these comments, which suggest the Crown is alive to at least the need to see, to bring the Māori perspectives of interconnectedness into its risk assessment. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, what was the question?
So based on the references that I've shown you so far, would you agree that the Crown is alive to the need of bringing Māori perspectives to carrying out the risk assessment, and that it needs to take an approach that considers the concept of interconnectedness?
I think an effort was made to try and do that, but as outlined in 3.1, there was difficulty in trying to create an alignment between how the interconnectedness is measured.
Yes. And so after that long introduction, I come now to my question, which is at paragraph 3, the document talks about how the Te Arawa Climate Change Working Group have noted their support for the development of a subsequent parallel risk assessment for Māori by Māori. And this is just an exploratory question with you. Were you part of the working group, and if so, were you part of this conversation about developing this parallel risk assessment?
No, I wasn't, but I was aware that it was happening.
Yes. And would you accept that that's a good initiative on the Crown's behalf to try to engage with the working group to develop this parallel assessment?
Yes.
Now, if I could then come to paragraph 31 of your brief of evidence. Do you have a paragraph before you, Ms. McCarthy?
Yes.
Yes. So about line 5 into that paragraph, starting with the words "as a group," there you say, "As a group, we were also actively searching for funding to implement the strategy." Can I just clarify whether the strategy refers to the Te Arawa Climate Change Strategy, or are you referring to the National Disaster Resilience Strategy that you've mentioned in that paragraph?
It was the Te Arawa Climate Change Strategy that we were seeking funding for to implement.
Yes. And these are questions that I'll need to ask my own witnesses in due course, but can I just ask, because you've mentioned that you've made inquiries with the Ministry for the Environment, can I just invite you to sort of tell us a bit more about what that interaction was like? Did you make, was it something in writing, or did you meet with them to talk about potential funding? So what happened there?
So as a member of Te Urunga Care, and also as a social scientist, I understand that those engagements or meetings took place with Lani Kiriopa and a few of the others in the broader Te Urunga Care team.
Right. So I guess one way to put it is you weren't personally involved in this funding. Thank you. So if I then go to paragraph 34 of your evidence, there you've made the criticism that the Crown has neglected to enact certain recommendations to review the funding to advance iwi-based climate action and establish partnership with iwi. Can I again take you to a document, which is the 2025 Table of Actions relating to the National Adaptation Plan at tab 8. Are you familiar with this document, or are you aware of this document?
Yes.
Yes. So if I go first to page 547 of the bundle, so Ms. McTaggart can enlarge it a bit so the witness can see the text a bit better. It is focusing on the first row. Yes. Can you see Ms. McCarthy? Yeah, so it talks about establishing a platform for Māori climate action. Are you familiar with this platform?
Yes.
Yes. And would you say the establishment of this platform is one way that the Crown is taking steps to advance Mātauranga Māori-led climate action?
I think my direct answer to your question, yes, it is. However, the platform, as I understand, was disestablished.
Right. Yes, and this is an issue that has come up multiple times in evidence, and I don't, from the Crown's perspective, further evidence will come in due course. But if I could just refer your attention to the column towards the right, that talks about implementation progress expected. So just in terms of the second bullet point, can you see that by the end of 2025, which is this year, funding will be delivered for the platform? Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
So if I can move to a different action item, which is over the page at 548. If we go to the bottom of that table, the very last row, you see action item 3.7.6, producing guidance on integrating Mātauranga Māori into adaptation planning and working with mana whenua. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to show you two more items, and then I'm going to ask a question. So if we go to page 552, if we go to the second row, action item 3.21, developing Mātauranga Māori indicators of climate impacts on the natural environment. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then over the page, which is the last item that I want to show you, second row, item 3.24, produce new tools and guidance specific to Mātauranga Māori and Mātauranga indicators. So my question is this, having the benefit of seeing these action items that are proposed, would you be prepared to sort of soften the evidence you've made at paragraph 34 about the Crown neglecting to pursue the recommendations to advance Mātauranga-led climate action?
I think the key point that's missing is that the National Adaptation Plan is focused on a pan-Māori approach. This is a place-based Te Arawa iwi claim. So the production then, or the generation of tools and guidance specific to Mātauranga Māori and Mātauranga indicators is always, it needs to be a place-based approach. There is no such thing as a general generic Mātauranga Māori indicators, because within each place the topology is different, the approach is different, and as are the iwi indicators.
Yes. So if I could reframe the question a little bit, would you agree that that these action items that I've shown you are the right step in the right direction, but the finer details about how to design these tools or indicators is a matter that needs to be refined if the Crown is serious about delivering proper Mātauranga-led climate action?
I think my key point to my statement is about partnerships, and I think the point I'm trying to drive is that in order for action to occur, there needs to be partnership at iwi level. I think there is a place within national policy for overarching generic-driven approaches, but my key point is that it will always be an iwi-based, place-based climate action approach that needs to be adopted.
And just can I ask you, and this is my last question, can I ask you to, if you've got one, an example of how you see the Crown could partner better at an iwi level in terms of responding to climate change in the way that you've outlined?
I can't say there's a current example that I could draw on. I could go away and do some digging around for you, but to my knowledge, I don't think that's occurred.
And I'm not asking you for an existing example. I'm just interested in sort of from your perspectives what that might look like. What does the ideal look like for you?
I think from my perspective, there's a need for resourcing or for funding. I think that there are a range of ways in which that could be done, including looking at resourcing iwi to roll out their own actions. I think I haven't scouted the literature more recently, but my understanding at least 4 years ago was Te Arawa was one of the only, and Ngāi Tahu were the two iwi that had their strategies completed. Ngā Rauru Kitahi is another iwi that has also completed their strategy. So in order to roll out what needs to be rolled out in terms of climate action, as outlined in my my submission, resources are required to do that.
Yes, and I promise this is actually my last question. So you mentioned funding, and you might recall me showing you that action item about the Climate Māori platform, and we might have different views about whether it's established or disestablished, but assuming that it hasn't been, and I'm conscious I'm asking you to make an assumption, but assuming it hasn't, would you say that's a good vehicle for addressing the concerns that you've raised in terms of partnership and funding?
I think that it's one mechanism. I personally think that there's a multi-pronged approach is required. Certainly having key people at the national table to forge pathways for iwi is important. So to answer your question, yes, I think it is one strategy, but I think there's a whole range of strategies that are required. And my understanding was that the people involved in the platform were trying to establish a broader approach.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. I've got no further questions for you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. I'll just check if any of the panel members have questions. Over to you, Dave.
Tēnā koe, Ms. McCarthy. Thank you for your evidence. I rather like the snappy last line. What equity equates to unequal input to achieve equal measures, which is an issue that's before the tribunal quite often, and that's just a one-sentence capture of it. I want to take you to paragraph 9 and 10 of your submission, where you're talking about the lack of a level playing field, uneven playing field. And there's one thing which I think is a mistake, which I want to focus on. You say the median age in 2013 was 23.8. I think you mean the median age, spelled M-E-D-I-A-N. The difference being that the median age is about halfway between when you're born and when you're likely to die, which for most people is somewhere 38 to 42. But the median age is half the population is under that age and half the population is over that age. That's highly relevant to your submission about the lack of a level playing field. It's not just, this is my question, it's not just the poverty or the lack of income, but it's also the fact that for the general population, more than half of us will be dead when 3/4 of your population is still alive. In other words, the impact is going to last for a lot longer. Have you any comments on that?
I think, well, no, not really. I'm not quite sure what your key point is, other than to say that, yes, there will be a growing Māori population that will reach maturity, and that potentially it'll be a broad labour market. We would be able to fill that labour market. However, I think my key point is about the income levels in relation to the medium age. And my key point in paragraph 10 was to do with the capacity, the economic capacity of an iwi to be responsive. I.e., if we're thinking about the ways in which we may, like there's certainly like the promotion, for example, of EVs, the promotion of warm housing, et cetera, the capacity to be able to store food when times are tough. There's food poverty in this area. When we're looking at what the income levels are, there isn't an even playing field.
Yes, I understand that. What I was wondering was if the predictions are correct that there is climate catastrophe ahead. For the Māori population, that's much more significant because so many of them are so young, and will be living into that climate catastrophe when the people who are making policy decisions now in government and even at this table are not going to be living in the future when these catastrophes occur. Is that a point that makes any sense to you?
Yes, well, I think it's the future generations. I think you are right. As we move into the future, there'll be a whole generation, or 2 or 3 generations, that will experience climate change in ways that are significant to the direction that we should be taking at this point in time.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kia ora no, Ms McCarthy. I've just got a couple of questions of clarification. At paragraph 4 of your evidence, you mentioned that in 2019, Scion Research, the Te Arawa Lakes Trust and Te Urunga Care were successful in winning a research grant to develop the Te Arawa climate change strategy and a prioritised research program. And I just wanted to clarify where that grant came from.
From MB.
Okay, thank you. Then at paragraph 29, you refer to hui that were conducted with Scion and Ki Te Arawa leaders to co-develop scientists, climate research topics and research pathways. And I just wondered what had happened since 2019 in relation to those research topics and pathways.
I'm unable to answer that. Lani Kiriopa and Nikki Douglas are probably key people to ask in relation to that. So I moved on from Scion, so
right.
I moved out of the project. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So the intention at that paragraph in terms of your evidence was just to say that there was this activity going on to try and engage with Te Arawa iwi to develop these research pathways and so on.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. You also mentioned a social media page that grew to have 1,600 followers, which seems a lot, especially if they're engaged. And I should have asked the previous witnesses as well, but I'm just wondering, is that still going, that social media page? And
to my understanding, yes, it is. But again, you'd need to check with Lani Kiriopa.
Right. And you also mentioned a link with the First Nations Consortium, and that was through the Northern Arizona University. I'm wondering if you can tell me a little bit more about the First Nations Consortium.
Mm-hmm. So a part of the Arizona or Northern Arizona University, there's a dedicated Indigenous environmental department that's funded, and within that they have First Nations staff. It covers a range of, it's so that you can choose, you can opt in to do a degree through that department, covering a range of environmental issues from climate, air quality, forests, soil. There's a wide range of areas that you can opt into. And I think the importance of that connection for us is that in developing the strategy, there are lots of key lessons that they could share with us around strategy development, around potential direction and lessons learned.
Right. So we've heard from previous witnesses that there are connections being made into global Indigenous peoples' organisations and an attempt to work together and cooperatively. And I was just wondering if that was part of it or whether it was a more focused thing.
Oh no, it certainly is. I think they, as a discipline and a department, they had key networks across the United States to other Indigenous nations, First Nations people, and I think it gave opportunity to a platform to discuss key issues, a platform to create networks, a platform to test, to sense test where we're going at that point in time. And I understand that the networks has that link is still established.
Thank you for that information. I'm just wondering whether you are able, if you are able, to tell us whether those global Indigenous links assist Māori here in New Zealand to have influence with the Aotearoa New Zealand government, or whether it's more that it assists in places like Conference of the Parties, Climate Conference of the Parties, or the biodiversity, so into those international forums. So does it help in Aotearoa New Zealand? Does it help in international forums?
I think the answer is yes to both. I think there's, in negotiating and navigating a strategy at an iwi level, there's lessons that they've shared with their own tribal nations. I think there's similarities and that have come to the fore when that there's similarities between approaches that have been taken or lessons that they've learned dealing with at a global level and also with their own government. I think there's value. There's lots of value in having those connections augmented, and certainly, the other key point really is that a lot of the First Nations, tribal nations, had already established their strategies. So there was lots to learn from how they went about it and the areas in which they focused.
Thank you. That's very helpful to know that. And then lastly, in the next paragraph 31, you referred to inquiring with the Ministry for the Environment, the Global Engagement Committee, Future Earth, and the World Bank in terms of funding. And I wasn't aware of the Global Engagement Committee, Future Earth, and I'm just wondering if you can tell me a little bit about that.
I actually read with my notes, so I think I certainly inquired through the World Bank just to see what the criterion were and whether we qualified, of which we didn't. The Future Earth, I think, was a funding stream that was picked up by somebody else in Te Care. So in compiling my evidence, I went back through notes, and that's what was in our notes. So I can't provide any, I can't elaborate on that one.
All right, thank you. I was just interested in your comment about not being eligible for World Bank funding, and you looked at it. Can you just tell us why you weren't, Te Arawa wasn't eligible?
So under World Bank funding criterion, third world countries is their focus, tends to be their focus. Despite, I think there's some key characteristics that many Māori communities, including Te Arawa, potentially could be characterised as third world communities, but because New Zealand isn't considered third world, we don't qualify for a lot of the funding that's out in the global space. So that's kind of where that is. There doesn't tend to be funding for countries like New Zealand. I think the perception out there is that New Zealand we have things in hand, and that our Indigenous nations or our groups that are considered poverty groups are well looked after. But I think in lots of cases, there's probably examples where that's not the case.
All right. Thank you very much for your answers to my questions. And thank you very much for your evidence altogether and for giving us your time today. Those are all my questions. Over to you, Ms. Te Whenua.
Ai tēnā koe mau, tēnā koe anō hoki Māori. Thank you for making yourself available and for your really valuable contribution to Te Runga o Care and also to the inquiry with your evidence today. Nā mihi nui ki a koe.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. We've had a little bit of a shuffle around in order of witnesses this afternoon, so that our next witness will be Mr. Peter Rice. Peter Rice is joining us via Zoom and is online now, and he also has a PowerPoint which he'd like to speak to, which I've shared with Sai.
Ms. Te Whenua, I know we've just come to the micro break, so we'll just take 5 minutes and then come back to you, Mr. Rice.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou. Is Mr. Rice?
Mr.
Oh,
Rice.
there he is.
We can see Mr. Rice here, and he's muted at the moment, or now unmuted. So I think we're ready to go.
Thank you. And his evidence is A57.
Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. Can everybody hear Mr. Rice okay?
Would you speak, Mr. Rice?
Yes, kia ora. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. Great.
I thought I'd just give you a bit of quick perspective, but I have this a bit of geography of Aotearoa. It's probably a great way of actually talking to the points that I wanted to raise around just that intersection of the climate change issues and also trying to do Māori economic development and how they impact on each other. So you have a brief background of myself, and I just thought I'd give you really quick context. That I'd moved. I'm a lawyer and a banker. I spent most of my career in finance, international finance, capital markets, raising money for development banks, amongst other things. I've also moved into the space of economic development with a number of years working for Labour on an industrial strategy for climate change and climate finance. And I've had the luck of returning to Aotearoa, thanks to COVID, and really putting it into practice. So I'm the chair of the Te Moana Atoi Iwi Aquaculture Program and also the CEO of Te Aroha Fisheries Group. And so we've had, for the last 2 years, been working on a program of how to grow the current infrastructure that is at Potiki, the Whakatoa mussels, and Whanau Apanui, spat hatchery, to create a new industry. So, of course, climate change issues came in quite quickly in our assessment of what we may want to grow. We had spent 2 years doing research with government funding to look at options, whether it be finfish or a host of types of finfish, reticulated systems on land, or mussels and seaweeds. In fact, because of climate change issues, the safer bet was to stick with mussels and seaweeds. One of the things that I found in this journey is that the consultants' advice from government really, scientific, really wasn't sufficient to make, in my perspective, an investment decision around any of these certain fish species. And I think and I'll speak to this further on, how, the lack of R&D across Aotearoa really impacts our options when it comes to thinking about how we diversify really use of our primary sector taonga for Māori. And so we are sort of somewhat hemmed in on certain areas if we wanted to take what I would call, relatively low risk return. So our key goal, of course, for Te Aroha Fisheries Group and for all of Te Moana Atoi was to diverse away from unsustainable fishing. We still believe that wild fishing can be done well, but it definitely is a work in progress. It is something that will take decades for us to get right, if ever. But we can see, not unreasonably, that there is a very high likelihood that at some point in the near future, we will be fishing less for fish. Our stocks will potentially decline or move, and we will have to find another way of gaining revenue. And one of the reasons why this is important is because, like many of our iwi entities, we do what I call triple duty. We have multiple objectives, which is different from any normal corporate entity. On the one hand, of course, we have to make a profit. but most of that is distributed to iwi, often to our marae. We also have tikanga and those duties, which means time and effort spent by our existing staff working on those issues, understanding mataranga Māori. There's an added level of complexity. So it's not just understanding Western science, but how then we evolve that into our own cultural context. So that's another factor I just want to raise, because it all comes down in the end, ultimately, to a lack of capital, but I'll take you through it first. So our overwhelming desire, and certainly desire of many of our rangatahi, would be that we do need to diverse away from wild fishing. Aquaculture seems to be one of the best options, primarily because we do have access to water space and we are settling with the Crown now, although that has taken much longer than expected. We also want to do low carbon protein. So mussels are one of the lowest carbon proteins available on the planet. We also want to do seaweeds. They have their own potential advantages, whether it's mitigating carbon emissions from cattle to some level of carbon sequestration. But both of them, when in the ocean, have great biodiversity characteristics. So that is one of our other duties. We have to be the kaitiaki of Te Moana. And if you look at that diagram, and I'll just briefly take you through it, you'll see that there are a lot of rivers, awa, flowing into that zone. And at the moment, you'll find that there's a large flows of sediment, erosive materials, slash, often in our waters. We have a storm now. There's bound to be more, but it is a regular occurrence. All of them have negative consequences to nearshore biodiversity. And these are one of the things we sort of want to get to grips with, because we think the regulatory settings are wrong. I'm in awe to see that so much slash can be dumped on a beach and in our oceans, even all the way down to Ohope Beach, and that nothing gets done about it, despite the fact that the impacts are very negative. We have scientists who come down from Waikato University. It's a well known that sedimentation and the there's a specific word for it. Anyway, the mix in the ocean, it makes it incredibly hard for shellfish, let alone fish, to seek food in those zones. But nothing is actually done about it. I haven't seen any activity. I run along that beach and on a regular basis, and it's getting slowly worse. So that's our other duty, kaitiaki. How do we do that? Well, we don't have the regulatory controls. We don't have the levers, but it now is potentially impacting on our future aquaculture. So I think there are a lot of areas where Māori need to have much more say, and certainly much more involvement on how those regulatory settings are made. So that is definitely a key factor. And further down our coast, if you go down towards Makatu, we have similar issues. It's different. Now we have farming and kiwi fruit farms, but the same issues arise. A slow estuary because of damming of the rivers creates that Makatu estuary is, looking half dead. You'll find that the shellfish are weak, low, dying. Again, we don't have control of the flows, but our scientists know. Our wonderful local scientists, Raymond Bennett and Elaine Tapsell, who work at the marae, have spent decades working on these issues, trying to get things resolved. Nothing substantially has happened. Again, it just seems that these climate issues are not being addressed nearly fast enough, if at all. And then I want to take you through to a point, actually, about developing nations and a developed nation. I think Marie the previous speaker had just mentioned it, how World Bank funding is only available for third world countries. Of course, maybe because I have a bit of distance from Aotearoa and I've come back, I often look at this as our Māori economy and think, actually, we are a developing nation within a developed nation, and there's clearly lack all across the motu, all across our rohi on this diagram. It's one of the poorest areas in the country. I think average wage is $16,000. So these issues need to be addressed. The idea that aquaculture could potentially help resolve some of these issues, at least by increasing wealth and supporting marae, has huge potential advantages. Job creation is estimated up to around 550 jobs over the next decade. But we come back to this perennial issue potentially in New Zealand, and that is a lack of capital. And that is where we have this problem of being a developing nation within a developed nation. We actually don't have access to sufficient finance, nowhere near enough. When we do settlements, and I'm in the middle of a settlement on behalf of the iwi of Te Moana Atoi, we are given an option of water space. Without development funds, it is almost what is the point? It is a half-hearted gesture at best, or else it's setting one up to fail. But either way, if there is a real, you look at the reports from government, the Aquaculture Strategy 2030, you look at the climate initiatives, well, it is all just written words. There is not enough effort. The settlement itself, if MPI and Fishing NZ really had a focus on developing aquaculture, they wouldn't have delayed a settlement by a whole year for virtually no purpose, other than they couldn't get around the problem that we presented the best evidence in which a settlement could be made, and they couldn't counter it. But these all have financial costs. These all actually waste other government money. I have funding from the Sustainable Futures Fund, Sustainable Food and Fibre Fund, sorry. We've gone overseas to secure and look at international funding, but the settlement is taking too long. It's way overdue. We've, been able to park international investors, but it doesn't take them long to think of forget about New Zealand and move on to the next one. There needs to be some way where we can operate in a more cohesive and collaborative manner, which is why, of course, I had suggested in my paper about a development bank and development finance. It would solve the issue that we can't access World Bank funds. It would solve the issue, if done properly, that we might have what I would call project experts who are more than capable of making decisions around infrastructure development and taking forward a new industry. Because on the numbers that we've done, there is an industry here to be had. But again, the slowness of government, the regulatory issues, I understand, but when you've got a regulatory issue that is slowing down low carbon protein development and seaweeds for biodiversity, you do wonder whether that doesn't get a significantly faster track to, put into being than issues like mining. But at the moment, we're all on the same speed, at the same pace. So I think if the government is very keen on pursuing these issues, there needs to be significantly more collaboration. It also needs to accept that it will require more funding. We have had two sets. We've got PwC working on the numbers. We have got the best evidence after 5 years worth of research from whakatohea mussels. We are set to go, but again, whether the government understands that if it doesn't come to the table, this all gets parked. Our diversification strategies for climate change for our fishing entities drops away. And of course, the opportunity for regional development too. So I think what I'll be suggesting here or asking, in this submission is that we must have a cohesive and collaborative approach. It has to be mixed in with development finance. It is no point trying to do climate change adaptation on the cheap. It has to be done in a thorough and thoughtful manner. So just looking at that map, you realize all the impacts that the whenua and the awa have on potentially another wealth creating source, which is our sea farms. If we can go to the next page, please. Right, these are the projected sea farms. So many of these are already consented. All of them have now been gazetted. We already have significant amount of assets with the whakatū mussel processing, a harbour, which was very expensive, and a spat hatchery yet to come. Again, we have had to spend significant amounts of money borne by each of the entities or by the groups, and of course some with government funding. Whakatū Mussels has had to do more work on our open ocean anchor systems. Just to give you perspective too, when we were looking at these diagrams, 5,000 hectares or the 10,000, these are many, many kilometres long. They are 8.5 kilometres away from the whenua. So they're large scale. And if we don't do it on large scale, we really can't absorb the issues of climate change. Doing it small makes us very volatile business. It's too easy for things to be knocked out by either unexpected surges, issues with water quality, or it could be just warming oceans. We have, whānau Apanui have led the way when it comes to spat hatchery work and also adaptation for mussels. But again, all this requires funding, time, effort, staffing, and we all need more cash and expertise. Otherwise, yes, we're not going fast enough to beat the climate change issues. So I don't think I have too much more to add, but I think it's a confluence of issues. The lack of capital is really an issue for climate adaptation, without a doubt. The R&D spend in New Zealand is unbelievably weak. At least when I last looked, it was second to bottom from Greece. I know that under the previous Labour government, it did go up a small amount, but it is wildly behind all other OECD countries. And if you're a scholar or a student of economics, you know that in fact research and development is one of the key drivers for wealth creation. And we need wealth creation on many fronts, of course, not just money, but we need wealth creation urgently in Aotearoa, because it's very obvious for me as an outsider who's come back, the relative decline of this country compared to many other OECD countries. So happy to take questions.
So we'll thank you very much, Mr. Rice, for your presentation, and we'll hand you over to the Crown for questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour. I just wonder if you would prefer to take the micro break now or proceed and break in 5 minutes.
Yes, I've just looked at my my timekeeping here, and perhaps we should take the micro break now, and then we can proceed with questions all in one. Thank you. Kia ora anō. Ms. Seeley, I presume it's you will be asking the questions?
Yes, Your Honour.
All right, over to you then, thanks.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Rice.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Ko Grace Seeley tōku ingoa, he roia o te karauna hau. I just can't see you on my screen. Hang on a moment. Kia ora. So firstly, is it correct that Te Arawa are represented in the Mai Ngā Kuri Whare ki Tihiro Fisheries Forum?
No, we're not. At least Te Arawa Fisheries Group is not.
Okay. Are you represented in another fisheries forum, iwi Fisheries Forum?
The only ones are, of course, the iwi Collective Partnership. That is the only other forum that we're involved in.
Can you tell me a little more about the iwi Collective Partnership, please?
Yes, it's a group of, I should know the exact number, 17 or 18 iwi. We just come as a collective to aggregate our quota and also use it as an area where we can look at future and potential investments, including around climate change issues. But that has limited advocacy capability, although we do advocate for sustainable fishing. That's one of its jobs, how we can support the development of new systems.
Thank you. And are the Crown involved in that forum?
No, this is purely a business forum.
Understood. Thank you. So at paragraph 30 of your brief of evidence,
yes,
you've got that in front of you.
There we go. Thank you.
And also in your oral evidence, you raised concerns about the impacts of sedimentation on estuarine and nearshore environments.
Yes.
Are you aware of the National Environmental Standard for commercial forestry?
I'm not, but I don't even think I have to be aware because it's clearly not followed. Or if it is, it's not what I see when I'm actually in the open ocean or in the water and looking at it. So I'm only going on the real actual evidence and evidence from scientists. So I'm not involved in whatever those standards are, but from the scientists we use at Waikato University, they're telling me that the type of sedimentation and other, that sediments that increase turbidity are clearly having very negative impacts on the nearshore flora and fauna.
Thank you. And is your evidence that that is getting worse?
Yes, I'm sad to say it is. I mean, perhaps Ohope Beach is quite a good example, a beach that so many of us know well. And I've been back for 5 years, but even within the 5 years, the amount of, it's sort of, I'm just trying to think of the word, algal bloom or algal outflow that then gets swept back into on easterly winds is really quite awful. It makes dogs sick. And yet often you're in the water and you see lumps of wood. I mean, thousands and thousands of pieces of it. And all, from the size of your thumb all the way to chunks that big, it's become sadly normalized. I suppose the issue is I find is that every year it's like that, but nothing has changed. It hasn't been addressed. Certainly nothing to be read about in the newspapers that this is a matter of concern by the regional council and action has been taken. No action has been taken.
I understand your evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then at paragraph 44 of your evidence.
Yes.
You say that the Crown should increase funding to assist with the development of adaptation pathways, including for aquaculture.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Carry on.
Go ahead.
And I think some of that has been done. I mean, the whānau Apanui spat work is a clear example and of success too. Really well done. Cawthron Institute was involved. It's partially funded by government. It's definitely a success. But I think what we need to see, especially on the deep water species, well, inshore and deep water, there's very limited, there just isn't enough data. I think I referenced in the documents in my submission that almost in every paper that came out as, the scientific evidence, they all point to, we need more data, we need to understand this more. It's clearly an issue of funding, amongst other things, of why they can't get to it.
Thank you. I have a few questions just in relation to sort of building on what you just said. So are you aware of the Agriculture Development Plan 2025 to 2030?
Yes.
Yes. And I think you will be, but are you aware that a key focus of that plan is to support agriculture development in the open ocean where water is deeper, cooler, in comparison to coastal areas?
Absolutely. And our group, or Te Moana Toi, especially Whakatoheas and Whānau Apanui, are taking advantage of some of that. Absolutely. But I would say also that on the one hand, you have that laudable paper, totally agree with it. We've been pushing for that for a number of years. But yet we have this an issue when it comes to settlements. So on the one hand, one of my jobs is to talk with the iwi of Te Moana Toi and international investors about how this is a potential and great opportunity. Yet when it comes to discussions on valuations with the Crown, because they need to do that in case there's a cash rather than water space, we take one or the other. The last response we got from the Crown on this was that this sounded like a terribly risky venture, and they were going to they laid on so many risk factors that what we call the weighted average cost of capital was extremely high. In fact, outside of anything that's been done previously in any other settlements ever. We've queried this, but the Crown can't have it both ways. You cannot try and promote aquaculture on the one hand and then tell us that actually it's a crappy idea and the valuation should be that low to try and get iwi to then co-invest. So I sit on, sadly, nowhere near enough money to invest in some of these things, but I still have money to invest. So it's certainly something we find difficult to understand with the Crown, whether they're really for it, and if they are, then they all need to be for it, or if only parts of the bureaucracy are for it, and there is another agenda when it comes to really limiting the amount of potential cash that the Treasury may have to fund for a settlement. But either way, they really do need to get on the same page. And the fact of the matter is that really giving space without cash is almost pointless. I don't know what they were thinking, but the Crown knows, because it is also a significant investor in Whakatohea Limited, that domestic investors are tapped out. Whakatohea Mussels have been trying to raise capital now for 3 or 4 years. It has got none. The reason is, it's because it was always undercapitalized and it needs significant amounts of capital, not small one-offs, which the Crown has been giving to keep it limp along. The potential is there. I think it's just a matter of, it is having to take on the risk. If you want to do bold things and you want to wealth create in this country and you want to create an industry, which is clearly there, we've number crunched it in many ways using the most conservative numbers. It is viable. It's the lack of capital is the overwhelming issue.
Understood. Thank you. I think, the Crown's aquaculture strategy would reflect your evidence in identifying that the industry is there, or the possibilities are in fact there.
Yeah.
Just coming back to some of your answer there.
Yeah.
I wanted to clarify and I'm using your words here, but I think you described it as a preppy project.
What project, sorry?
You described the project as getting feedback that it was sort of non-viable or
Oh, yes,
receiving
correct.
low returns or projected to receive low returns. That project, what was that project, or what is that project? And is that intended to be a deep water aquaculture project?
Yes. So the idea, one of the other issues again, and it is climate related. Well, it's regional development related as well as climate related. We have to have the right scale to make this properly work, including to build in some resilience, so that essentially it's like having a bigger farm. It does make it easier by a long way to manage the ebb and flow of different growth in different parts of the ocean, or damage to some of our sea anchors on some parts of the farm. And there's so many factors. So it needs to be large. And it is all open ocean. So the program that we are pushing is that we will end up with 15 to 20,000 hectares of sea farm. The processing plant is already able to handle 20,000 green weight tons. So we're effectively matching the sea farms to the processing plant that's already been built, and taking advantage, of course, of the new port or the new harbour that's been opened just last year. So we are, in fact, trying to round off a very large amount of expenditure by government. It's perhaps, though, I would have done it in a different sequence than they did. I think we could have well used 100 million to build really viable sea farms and then built a harbour, because at least we would have had revenue flow and we would have carried on and we would have started learning really how to develop our spat hatcheries, which is the next big thing we need to do, again, for climate change related issues. But anyway, we are where we are, and yes, we still need financing.
Understood. Thank you. Moving to paragraph 51, you say, and you said in your oral evidence, that Te Aroha Fisheries want to see more urgency in funding from the government to significantly increase R&D spending to address both adaptation and mitigation strategies for wild fishing and aquaculture.
Yeah.
On mitigation specifically, I understand, and for your benefit, the Crown's evidence has not yet been filed, but when it is, I understand that it's likely to cover the emissions profile of the fisheries sector, and that it is generally considered to be a low carbon method for producing protein. Would you agree?
Yes, I think you're generally right, yes.
And would you agree that the main emissions produced are from powering fishing boats?
Yes.
And so would you agree that the options for mitigating emissions are quite limited for the fisheries sector?
In fact, I was thinking about adaptation and mitigation strategies, from a revenue perspective. We are likely to lose revenue flow, and that we therefore need adaptation and mitigation strategies to either build in more resilience or pivot across to aquaculture more. So I should have been clearer in that.
Okay, so just so that I understand, you're not referring to the mitigation of emissions, you are referring to the mitigation of impacts on your business.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Staying with R&D funding,
yes.
I understand that the Crown's evidence is likely to cover research programs and projects currently underway on possible impacts to fisheries and aquaculture, and I just want to test a couple of the names of these projects with you to see if you are familiar with them and if you have any comments on them.
Sure.
So the first is the Moana project.
Don't know it.
Okay, it's an $11 million open ocean project funded by MB, aiming to improve understanding of issues like coastal ocean circulation, connectivity, and marine heat waves.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, just quickly to interrupt that. Those papers, which of course, so we're familiar with obviously the issues, but not that particular project.
Understood. I'll put a couple more names to you see if you're familiar, the MB-funded shellfish aquaculture research project?
Yes, only obliquely, but yes.
Thank you. The climate adapted finfish program?
Yes, we are actually involved in that one.
Can you tell me a bit more about that?
Yes, in fact, it's an interesting one because we've morphed it into something that was more suitable for iwi. And we can thank Cawthron for their lateral thinking on this. But in fact, what we've done is we've morphed some of the, at least some of the outputs are also going to be focused on marae-based aquaculture, which really ties in very well in the sense that, of course, many finfish spawn in estuaries, and Makatu was the example and the place we actually held our wānanga with our scientists and who have great familiarity with the that water space. And so, yes, so the finfish element is an interesting one, probably more on our radar in about 5 to 10 years at least. And that was just, can we adapt the breeding of snapper to be able to tolerate higher temperatures? Of course, what snapper do is when they have higher temperatures, they just continue to go south. But anyway, if there is always the potential that we could grow it in pens, and therefore we may want to understand some of these issues. And certainly it can be useful to understand these types of proposed changes to their DNA to be able to tolerate heat. So yes, we're definitely interested. But again, that's further down the track for us because of the sheer cost of the infrastructure involved and the risk involved in finfish development.
Understood. Thank you. Do you consider generally that these projects assist with improving our knowledge of how climate change may impact on fisheries and aquaculture?
Oh, without a doubt they do. There's just not enough of them and not enough spend. I suppose, and it's somewhat unfair. I've obviously spent a large amount of my time living in London and in Europe, where the quantum of money available is significant. But New Zealand has been running down its R&D for 30 years or more, since the 80s. And so we're in bad shape when it comes to actually being able to raise our game, or at least be able to leverage what we really probably still have to some degree is primary sector advantage, at least in farming. And we're obviously trying to catch up when it comes to finfish, although Niwa has done amazing work on kingfish development. But again, from a commercial point of view, that is highly unlikely to make a financial return for a decade. So I suppose we're interested in things that can help the bottom line relatively quickly, or at least be research that's done in tandem with business, iwi businesses, so that we can make something of it. So we're very favourable with the shellfish work. We're very in favour of the spat development work. That's critical. Again, just not enough money is being spent on it. Not enough effort, not enough pace. It's an issue of pace and scale. If we really want to change and create a new industry, we have to double or triple our speed of doing things. We're just too slow. We're too timid.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I understand your evidence on that point. I have one final question, zooming out to your view of the regime more generally. Throughout your evidence, you say that impacts to the marine environment from climate change will necessitate adaptations in fisheries and aquaculture management, though this is really a question about fisheries, given the difference in regulation between the two.
Yes.
I understand the Crown's evidence will cover the regime under the Fisheries Act, and I expect this will cover the flexibility of the regime and the ability to respond to changes via, for example, catch regulations.
Yep.
Do you consider that the regime under the Fisheries Act provides an appropriate framework for responding to climate change with the tools already in place?
I think Generally, yes. What I would say is, and the changes to the made by the Fisheries Amendment Act are fine. We have, I think we've all agreed as an iwi, at least our groups and ICP, upon taking advice from, the fishing companies as well as Te Hukai Moana, we think it's an appropriate set of amendments. Again, it's just, I think the issue is, though, when I came to this whole business, as for example, I had no knowledge of fishing. I am a finance expert working in banking. I had to do 2 years of quick study, but what I find is what stunned me is the lack of science behind some of the decisions made and by the mechanisms we have for managing fisheries. It's just not enough. If we are trying to use the precautionary principle and trying to balance it, obviously, with earning money for, out of quota, we somehow have to figure out a way to get better at this, collecting this data. Now, there are certainly ways around it. Maybe we're just a bit slow off the mark, but this is something I think the government just needs to keep on pushing at. It needs to keep on working with the fisheries sector and trying to work out ways of how it can support. There could be many ways and it could do it, whether it's some type of tax incentive, tax deduction, some way of encouraging the reduction and use of, trawling, trawling the bottom of the ocean, those components. There clearly are ways. It's just a matter of how much money are we willing to spend to do it. But there's just not enough research to back it. That's what I'm finding. I'm finding it's very difficult to make business decisions and also decisions for my shareholders, the iwi of Te Aroa, about whether I should, stick with purely fishing or aquaculture, or explain to them why we think that fishing is a relatively safe or sustainable business. Because on the one hand, we're told this regularly, but on the other, the facts seem different. I would rather just have clarity and have more money spent on understanding the issues so that in the long run, we will have sustainable fishing.
Understood.
That was a bit convoluted. I apologise.
No, thank you very much for your evidence. Those are all of my questions for today, Mr. Rice. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. I'll just check with the panel whether they have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. That's very, very interesting. A couple of us sit on the Y1750 Whakatoia hearing, and we've been watching with interest the development of the harbour entrance and the mussel processing plant and the amount of money that was put into that. I think you've answered most of my queries that I was going to raise with you, but just one: how far are you? How far are they into meeting the capacity of the current processing operation? Are they well underway with processing mussels, or is it still? The last time I think we heard that things had come to a bit of a halt. You might know more than I.
Yes, it's a very good question. So their biggest issue, in fact, was, and again, it's purely a capital problem. The processing plant is probably running at about 20%, I'd say, at possibly less than that, because the sea farms haven't been built out enough. And there are a whole host of reasons why. And again, climate change is one of them, but also just nature. Trying to grow spat on demand is almost impossible. And a lot of work's been put into how to just expand the use of wild spat itself. And it's done throughout the country. There's a very high death rate of spat. It's a tiny percentage gets through to actually produce a mussel. Whakatō here, though, have certainly improved their game on that, but a spat hatchery is an absolute necessity so that actually it can get to the appropriate scale. It's taken short-term measures though at the moment. It's toll processes for sandfids. That's an intermediate measure at best, and clearly we need to get more sea farms built to make this thing viable.
Okay, the harbour entrance that was rescoped, that's working well as far as you're aware?
It's actually not in use yet. They still have to build out the wharf and continue dredging work. But one of the huge positives, when it does come online, there'll be a significant reduction in cost and an increase in productivity as the boats don't have to steam all the way to Whakatane. And of course, the limitations of that Whakatane bar means it's quite difficult. They often have to have shorter days just so that they can get through the bar.
Chat of the afternoon tea. I just want to know, were you working in London with Mr. John McDonnell, MP, at the same time as Dr. Max Harris?
Yes, Dr. Max Harris worked for me, actually.
He worked for you.
And then I got him a job with John McDonnell and that team.
Yes. Oh,
yes.
Well, those were the days then, I suppose we can say. So my question relates to the paragraph 116 of your brief. Rising sea temperatures are shifting species further south or to deeper waters.
Yes.
This morning we had some very good evidence from Sarah Wharekura about freshwater lakes, and with temperature rises, her concern was that what she called pesh species have a greater tolerance to temperature increases than taonga native species. Well, out in the ocean, what I'm wondering is that these large aquaculture farms can't move south. So
yeah.
There's a coastline you're going to come to. So are there ways of making it a good option to go for aquaculture? And are there some of these fish species, wild fish species, moving south that are going to be beneficial?
Very good question. Well, I think one of the reasons why we did pick mussels is because they do, well, at least the breeding plan that we're hoping is that they are quite tolerant of minor increases in temperature, and they can now have spat forming and growing at 26 degrees Celsius, which is pretty hot. Oh. But the big plus is when you're out 8.5 kilometers or more, that it tends to be less likely to get warm. So a great example is the Thames area where all mussels were grown. That's just been, blighted by various warming seas over the last few years, and production has been all over the place. So the idea of open ocean is that really mitigates the risk of increased heating, but it's always there as a potential risk. On the climate science, at least that what we're told by it's a mixture of NIWA and others, is that where we're positioning them, it is probably going to be one of the less affected zones for changes in water temperature. So we are hoping we may get a good number of decades before our mussels might have to think about getting used to warmer waters.
Right. And the wild fisheries moving south?
Yes. I suppose if you're down in Wellington, you might quite like it. There's more snapper and further south. But no, I don't think there's anything coming from higher down our way except pests. So I'm afraid it tends to be more negative at this stage.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for your evidence. It was very clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Rice. Thank you for your presentation and your responses to the questions from the Crown were very helpful in my in the questions that I had anyway. Still got a number of questions though. You did talk about being cohesive and collaborative and words like that. Who would be the main players that you think should be involved?
Yes, well, I mean, in an ideal world, I wish they would be in a grouping which is also part of a development bank model, which is something the Europeans and even the Americans do and have and do use to this day. In the New Zealand model, we have nothing similar. We do have Kanoa, of course, which does the funding side, but it has no connection to, it is just an investor, effectively. Yes, so really it's still having to search around for the right groups within government at the right time. Because it's not a cohesive grouping, I'm afraid we're stuck with working with different groups. So we do work with NIWA, Otago University, Plant and Food, Cawthron, Auckland, Waikato, again. So in fact, what you're finding is that our iwi groups are a bit acting like an aggregator of lots of information so that we can work together. In other parts of the world, that can tend to be done, say like the big development banks or the supranationals. So that would be like World Bank, the African Development Bank, Asian Development Bank. That's aggregated together so that when you're doing a project, the expertise and skill is available relatively on tap, or at least coordinated by someone. So we're doing the coordination ourselves, which does make it difficult because we're not large entities. I only have a staff after a restructure, a necessary restructure, of only 4 people. I have to make a return. I have to invest money offshore. I have to try and work on development as well as do these tasks. So we are very we're very underfunded to carry out this because I've also got to give money back to the marae. I've got to look after each of our iwi shareholders. So that's why it's a bit difficult. We're doing triple duty or double duty, and we're stretched.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Another question I had was, what sort of, I think you mentioned 100 million or something, what sort of number is that the sort of funding you think would be the ideal?
Yes, but it certainly could be staged. Frankly, I could start out with 20 million New Zealand now and would stabilise the pathway, and then it would be easier to attract international finance. So the financiers that we've talked to, and obviously for iwi, we have an ideal type of investor. One, they accept that iwi will be the majority shareholder at all times. They have to understand that our bottom line is that we want to create biodiversity as one of our core goals for Te Moana Atoi and in that zone where we're growing mussels. We also need to have enough control over some of those elements because we are, although working as a group, we need some level of interdependence or independence. So the money can range all the way up to 100 million, but it would definitely be staged. But if you looked at this, and there are large sums of money being spent overseas on similar projects, the irony is that those projects are in the wrong parts of the world. So there's been some spectacular failures in Asia where money's been spent on large finfish, only to find that the water quality and the water temperature rising is they can't solve it. So what I find is somewhat annoying when I deal with the Crown is that if they had a look around the whole of the planet and they started thinking about aquaculture in a bigger sense, mussel aquaculture and our location has got to be one of the lowest risk aquaculture investments you could make. Now, we need help to obviously make that story. When you're at international conferences, you are actually talking to people who go, whereabouts is exactly New Zealand? Do you have aquaculture? I mean, we are so unknown. We are such a small speck in which investment funds goes to. And we're talking about groups that will put no less than 100 million, because they just haven't got the time. And I understand this. I ran a portfolio of 12 billion. You just can't be bothered looking at something at 20 million because you've got all these other deals to do. We have to become more attractive to international investment, and that probably requires more government input into how we go and secure international finance.
Okay, thank you. Just the last question. I think you've answered it just before, but what would be the priority if you were totally in charge? If I was a Donald Trump and said you're in charge, what would be your priority?
I think the priority would be get the sea farms built. I also think, though, one of the secondary priorities that we absolutely have to address and we can't leave off the table is that we're going to have to continue R&D on the engineering we're using for our sea farms and sea anchors. We know we can get productivity gains across the chain. It's just that there's never been enough money to go and pursue it, research it, test it. If we did all those things, we would not have a problem. We know we can get the returns. The cost of, muscle meat, half shell muscle meat, has been going up, and it's continuing to go up. It's a product that people want, and we haven't even really started thinking about selling it as a near carbon neutral protein. It's a protein that's a hell of a lot healthier than red meat. There are many opportunities to take this forward. But yes, sea farms would be number one. Get them in the water.
That's fine. Kia ora. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Mr. Rice. I think you've answered a lot of my questions as well, particularly how much it would take now to actually get this particular business moving. And I think the one last question I have is really that you've talked about the low risk of the aquaculture ventures in New Zealand. And that's led me to wonder what's happening overseas in terms of, and you mentioned that there's investment going in, which has failed for the finfish development, I think you said. And so I'm just wondering what the market is out there for aquaculture, and are we looking at, in reality, that wild fishing in other parts of the world is really on the decline, and aquaculture, different types of aquaculture is what people are looking to replace the protein needs that were otherwise met by wild fishing?
Yes, absolutely. If it's probably salmon is the easiest one. That is a very successful finfish. Norway and Chile, amongst many others, are world leaders, especially Norway, in salmon production. And absolutely, that has definitely an increase in aquaculture, fish from aquaculture, than wild fishing. And that's what we are anticipating will eventually happen here in Aotearoa. And whether it's because of a social license issue or people are just preferring to have fish that are bred safely and sustainably and then to be consumed rather than wild fishing. But nevertheless, we want to go down that pathway because we don't think that wild fishing in its current form is sustainable in the long run. It still is a successful industry. I hope I'm not seen as being too negative on it. We have done quite well in how we do fishing, but there's more to be done. And I think that social license issue is something we need to address, that there are many people out there whose perceptions is that a lot of commercial wild fishing is bad. I think it's a mixed bag, but I would expect that the groups like Sea Lord and Moana do a good job within the constraints. Actually, one thing, I know it's a slight sidestep, but it's another thing, it's something I just wanted to mention. Many of our iwi structures, including Sea Lords and moana, because of how we were set up, also don't have much capability to build reserves to take on the work of sustainable fishing. So what you'll find is that Sea Lord, as you know, you might be, through your iwi, we all are recipients of revenue from those groups. So Sea Lord gives almost everything. And so by the mere design of so many of our iwi entities, designed by regulation, it's incredibly difficult for us to build capital to then go out and develop something further. And that's just another weakness in our very DNA of these legal structures. And it slows us down incredibly.
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, so in terms of the market for the product from, well, hopefully these sea farms off the coast of Te Whānau Apanui, that's an international market that you're looking at rather than just New Zealand.
Yes, so you'll find that Whakatoa Mussels exports almost everything now. In fact, it's incredibly hard to go and find a Whakatoa mussel. They have unsated demand coming out of America mostly, and then Asia. And even on that journey, they've hardly spent the effort to go and get more, mainly because they just don't have enough production. But certainly when I talk to the buy side of mussels out of Asia and Europe, they are all highly interested in it. It's just that we just don't have the volume that they would want.
Yes, and presumably... All right. I feel like we could talk about this, but off the topic of climate change itself for a long, long time. Thank you very much for giving us your time today. You've obviously got many hats to wear, and lots of people calling on you. So yeah, we're very grateful for your time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, we are very grateful. Sorry, did I interrupt you?
Ngā mihi, thank you.
Ngā mihi ki a koe, te tūnā ne. Thank you so much for your time and also for the depth and breadth of your expertise in bringing that to the inquiry today.
Ka pai. Very welcome to give my thoughts to our esteemed tribunal.
Right.
Ka kite anō.
Ka kite. We're a little past our afternoon tea break, but we'll take that now and we will come back at 3:30.
3:30, thank you, Mel.
Tēnā koe anō, Ms. Te Whenua. According to our timetable, we're now hearing from Mr. McCready.
Yes, Mr. John Douglas McCready, or Doug as he prefers to be known. Mr. McCready has a PowerPoint presentation, but for this one, we were wondering if we could have the capacity to drive the PowerPoint on our side.
Yes, certainly. So long as the technology is kind to us, yes.
If I can just take a moment to open it up. Sorry, that will just take me one more minute.
Yeah.
Put it onto the computer that we're zooming from. So do I have the capacity to share my screen? Is that? A question for the registrar, I suppose.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's done, yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Just go to the first slide.
Won't be a minute, sorry. I've just realised and I'm just administrating that now.
Start slide screen. Go to the first slide then. Just click our way through.
Yep, I'll just share. Tēnā tātou. I'll now hand it to Mr. McCready to summarise his evidence.
Kia ora tātou. Can everybody see the slides?
Yes, thank you.
Kia ora. So tuatahi ngā mihi nui, kia koutou katoa, e whakarongo ana kia hau, me aku whakaaro i pāna ki tēnei kaupapa. Ngā kaupapa whānui o te tai ao, me te ao o tāwhiri mātia. nō ngā wā o mua ki ēnei wā. So I'm Doug McCready, I'm an uri of Te Arawa, ko tamata kapua tēnā. Just adding there, another part of my whakapapa is to tukorehe. It's tukorehe ki tāpapa. And the photo there sitting down is Edna Ransfield, my great-great-grandmother, her daughter, Hihiwa Timiuha, my great-grandmother, and my great-great-grandfather, Timiuha Taiporutu. The purpose of my slides is just to lead in, one, to give me a little bit of comfort, but also just to lead in with an overall picture of who's talking to you and where perspectives I'm coming from. This is the remnant of that very same wharenui, which is now over in the museum in Paris. As Toko Piko Whakahau is the ingo of that wharenui, carved by Te Rāwhai in Rotorua and carried up to Tāpapa and now carried away overseas. Ko hikaka tāo nui tēnei, tētahi atu o Kutupuna, te taha o tōku kuia, no Ngāti Mani a Poto ahau, Ngāti Rere Ahu, Ngāti Kino Haku, Ngāti Rora, Ngāti Ngutu, me ngā hapu katoa o tērā rohe. Just building a fuller picture of who I am and where I'm speaking from. The diagram there just indicates the overall span of my whakapapa through Te Arawa, Tainui and Mā Tātua. Kia ora tātou. Quickly, we've all seen this 1,000 times, the story of land loss for Māori. This picture here, just to navigate us into my evidence, is not so much talking about land loss, but talking about forest loss. I think there's about 20 or 30 of those left in a country where there was once tens of thousands. None of those. And we see that feather there, sold recently at auction, the world's most expensive feather, our taonga manu, being sold off, the last remnants. Another one of our whanaunga, kaka, once hundreds and thousands and probably millions, now I think less than 10,000. And then the ancient manu, the hokioi, the moa. And so this picture here just indicates with a particular focus based on my whakapapa of the North Island, the extreme forest loss in terms of our native ngahere. And one of my key points in my evidence is around the benchmarking thinking that's used in government policy and approaches to climate restoration, I guess you could say, in that the 1990 benchmark that's been internationally accepted and bought into by our government bears no resemblance to a Te Ao Māori perspective where our benchmark is in a forested or largely a forested whenua as it was prior to the arrival of European. And even within our remnant ngahere, we have another problematic way of thinking through government, which simplifies our country into native and exotic forests, but the state of remnant native is atrocious from a Māori tangata whenua point of view. Roll on the evolution of ngahere in Aotearoa, and we see the radiata pine tree, which is actually a rākau that comes from the Esselen Nation area First Nations people in Southern California, and the way that tree has transformed forestry in Aotearoa, and Māori in the central North Island gravitating to and being dominant players in forestry. So just to summarise my first sort of foundation is tangata whenua here. We came from the oceans and islands. We came to this land of deep forests, our native forests. We were here and present through the era of colonial-driven extreme deforestation and even involved in that. We've adapted well to farming and other land uses. We are now significant players in what we call carbon forestry or climate sequestration. We are leading thinking around transitional forestry, where we combine more than one type of forestry into a particular forest block or stand. So the key point is Māori are apt and have adapted from our forest path and into the realities of post-colonial Aotearoa and the land use situation every step of the way. And we also see Māori leading in conservation and restorative forestry, ecotourism initiatives, and in particular in the central North Island. So just reiterating the same point there. So plantation forestry has become a really, really important part of Te Ao Māori. Just some graphics there to illustrate that. And just coming now to a bit more of where my thinking is coming from a Māori worldview, we're very comfortable with the fact that forests produce multiple outputs all at one time. And this conflicts with the predominant thinking, in my opinion, and in my experience in government policy and even through corporate forestry, that forests are divided into particular areas for one main purpose. And the same goes with farming and horticulture. Everything's put in a box and given its own area. Just a little snippet here showing the kārearea, one of our manu that's adapted to production forestry environments and nests well in radiata cutover. Also, significant numbers of kiwi adapting to the radiata environment. Yeah, and this is just showing one of the other uses of both native and production forests, the recreation space. Kapiti Island, as I understand it, the biggest predator-free land mass in Aotearoa, 5,000 hectares, was previously almost entirely a farm, and now it is regenerating native predator-free, and Ngāti Toa Rangatira having a significant venture on that island working in with DOC. Just some facts that are well known about land cover. Remnant Māori land through the Ture Whenua, Ahu Whenua land blocks. And the key points being that we're significant landowners in forests, and we are also significant landowners in the land that could potentially be reforested. One of my settings, this is one land trust I'm on, Pukeputo. You can see there mostly farm with some forested area. Just locating that, these are my fellow trustees. And we eke out an existence on that farm of 1,000 hectares from a block that we originally owned that was several thousand hectares before confiscation. So just coming in for a landing with my introduction, our Māori perspective of trees and forests is around multiple uses, multiple outputs all at one time. Food, as in protein value through bird meat, food as in protein value through tuna and other ika in the waterways, carbohydrate value in terms of berries, leaves and roots, fibres, timber, other fibres for daily life and construction. Also identity. Here we go. Clean water, that the healthy forest environment reduces and manages. Clean air, religion and spirituality, history, practices, culture, all produced from a forest environment. We are tangata ngāhere as much as we are tangata whenua. Ko tētahi aku whakaaro e pāna ki tērā, I te wā I hiki ake Papa Tuanuku, Rangi Nui e tāne mahuta. Ko te wāhi kei Wainga Nui, I a Rangi Nui rāua ko Papa Tuanuku, ko te wāo nui a tāne. Kei reira te tangata e ora ana. Nā reira, nā tēnā whakaaro e tika ana he tangata ngāhere a tātou te iwi Māori. So I'm just saying there that we are tangata ngāhere. We are forest dwellers. Living in with the forest is who we are and where we come from. And our ability to connect and to live in a way that is led by the forest, where we are actually managed by the forest, we don't manage the forest, is inherent. And that is one of the reasons that I put forward that we have done so well in all the modern morphings of forestry that I presented in the other slide. It's in our nature. Was it this button here? I just missed it. Yeah, I'll just go on that one. So in the Pākehā way of looking at it, natural ecosystems of the taiao are seen as separate to production systems. That's completely counter to tangata ngāhere thinking. Everything in the Pākehā way of looking at it is put in its own box and compartmentalised. And there's an assumption behind that that's more efficient. I.e., if I take 10 hectares and make it only cows, then it's better to do that and have one output from that land because it's seen to be more efficient. But that has never ever been challenged or measured or proven in the Aotearoa context. What I mean by that is if I had that same 10 hectares and I could wave a magic wand and turn it back to pre-colonisation, pristine native ngāhere, what would the food value, fibre value, clean water value, cultural, social values be, and how would the quantification of that marry up against a singular output from the same 10 hectares producing, say, only meat or only timber or only whatever. So that's a key point of where I'm coming from, because that thinking is completely, I guess, not present in climate change response. So what's happening now with climate change response is that the Pākehā ethos of doing one thing at a time and putting everything into its box, and carbon forestry is a classic example of that. As much as I highly support carbon forestry for its sequestration values, the whole system is based on one singular measurement. So too the extensive efforts, government-funded and industry-funded efforts to find things like vaccines and other ways of mitigating methane and other gas outputs from agriculture. It all works on the assumption that we will be stuck with forever having one bit of land doing this, one bit of land doing that, one bit of land doing the other thing. The tangata whenua Māori way of living and existing in a holistic taiao environment and working with nature in a holistic way doesn't even rate a mention and my vast experience in climate change work. So just looking down here, I guess a bit of a summary. Living in and with high output, predator-free native forest environments and the many overlaying systems of resource production, environmental health management, social support, identity, spirituality, individual well-being is no longer possible in Aotearoa. This is because of forest loss and degradation to the remaining fragments, and this degradation specifically is the significant loss of lowland forest. So Hauraki Plains, Waikato, Manawatu, all the flat lowlands is basically what was targeted for conversion to dairy, and that includes draining of wetlands. I think we have something like 80% of original wetlands gone in the North Island. Those were the very areas where the high productivity of bird populations and food populations in natural forests occurred for Māori. Water margin forest and coastal forest loss is another stark area of degradation. Very few areas left of that type of forest, which was another significant type of production area. So the vast majority of remnant forest, as I showed on that first map, and as you can see any night of the week on the weather map, is all in the high areas, the Urawera, that is mostly where there is low level of natural production systems for food, fibre and sustenance and existence. Bird species lost through extinction, and very important point here, bird species loss by quantity. So even the remnant birds that we still have, like heredu, only a tiny, tiny fraction by quantity of what we once had and what we once lived with and provided for food. Understory food plants is another massive example of degradation to our natural Māori system of resource and food production. Canopy tree loss. If you look carefully when you're driving through what we would call native forest, more than half the time it's been had the big canopy trees selectively taken out. That's another resource, habitat, timber, all taken and gone. The resulting water quality system loss, the resulting air quality system. I just want to quickly sit on this air quality one relative to climate change. So the Paris Accord, etc., all working to a 1990 benchmark, is again opposed to Māori thinking that anything after 1990 is an improvement in terms of reforestation, and anything before that is not counted. But the Māori benchmark is pre-colonisation. That was the forest we had and that we lived in. And so right from the word go, the measuring stick is all out of whack with Māori thinking. Loss of freshwater species, loss of the reo, the skills and the practices associated with forest-based living and sustenance, and planning and development that relegates forests to primarily being scenic. So this is all because of the imposition of the idea that land is used and managed versus the idea that land and forests manage us. Compartmentalized thinking regarding land, the removal of multi-output forest systems and replacing it with monocultures area by area, and the assumption that compartmentalized monocultures are more productive than a multi-output forest system. I'm nearly at the end of my slides here. Climate change and forests, just trying to narrow it in on the kaupapa o te rā. So when I talk about the resource base for Māori that multi-output forests had, carbohydrate, protein, medicines, fibres, water, the ability to enhance and follow and manage natural populations for food, understanding seasons and maramataka influences on forest health and on food, the understanding that the human is the junior and the environment is the senior, protocol, religion and spirituality, all building into ensuring respect and care, and also enabling personal relationship and communication with other forms of life based on the whakapono o nehe rā, whakapono ki ngā tohu o te ngahere, ngā tohu o te manu, ngā tohu katoa o te tai ao. And because there was whakapono in that way of thinking, that enlivened the ability to basically commune with the forest. So the Crown's response to climate change ignores this tangata whenua philosophical base, thinking system, and actual practical management of land, practical relationship with land and resource. And just to reiterate some examples of the evidence of that, the Crown's approach to looking at counting trees for carbon only relative to climate change, and the token efforts or very minimal efforts to look at other recognition of other values in forests like biodiversity and biodiversity credits, the preservation of agriculture at all costs, tens and even hundreds of millions going into research and research consortiums based on methane vaccines and other types of we must save agriculture type approaches, and comparatively little or no funding looking at the types of whakaaro that I'm talking about, which come from a more tūturu hinengaro Māori, hinengaro tangata ngāhere no nehe rā. No meaningful interest in significant land use change to reforest. And reflective there is this thing I've seen for the last so many years, where we should have forest on the steep country. Why? Because we need the flat country for farming. So it's completely stupid, both from an ecological point of view, because the forest types that we're missing in Aotearoa are the lowland flats, not the steep ones. That's where we've got most of the remnant native, and the food types, the bird habitat, etc., are abundant on the flats and the lowlands. So the whole ethos is around protect agriculture. Tangata ngāhere input into this process, and I'm involved in it in many different ways, is not by anybody's design really, but just by the way that it all crumbles around the predominant, groupthink or thinking style is I say tacked on to these assumed paradigms. And it's also conducive to conflict, and we've seen that in recent years with this forestry versus farming thing, that rose up in that time. I think I'm finished. Yep, all done. That's my introduction. Thank you.
Well, thank
Should
you.
I try to summarize?
Would you like to summarize?
I guess I hope that I've pointed out there that the key point I'm making is that as tangata whenua, tangata ngāhere, we had a system of living in and with forests that produced certain levels of output that are totally relevant to climate. And that is our baseline in terms of our mauri, our wairu and our hinengaro. And trying to get that into climate change response and climate change funding and research and mitigation is basically impossible. And there is a second part to my evidence around a particular dynamic around relationships between Crown and tangata whenua, whereby leadership in government agencies fails to recognise the value and strength of Māori connecting with Māori. And I think that's well explained in the document, so I won't go over that unless you would like to ask about that. So I can leave it there. Is that about the right amount of time?
I wonder if you would like to take your micro break or continue straight to questions.
Oh, have I done the right timing?
Yeah.
We'll take the micro break, thank you. Yes, the timing was very good.
Well done. Is that all right?
Thank you.
Kia ora anō, Mr. McCready. We've now got questions from the Crown.
Tēnā koe, Mr. McCready.
Kia ora.
Ko Nixon whāngaho. Thank you very much for your very interesting PowerPoint presentation. I've just got a few questions for you. What I'll be doing is to follow through the evidence that you've filed. I'll be using the brief of evidence that you filed earlier this Monday. Just can I check you've got a copy of that?
Yes.
And can I just check with the tribunal panel that that's the version you are using?
Tēnā koe, ma'am. Mr. McCready sought some amendments to the brief of evidence which was filed the 28th of April, which I filed on the 26th of May. That's the unsigned amended brief of evidence. I'm not sure that it's reached its way to you yet.
Kia ora, Ms. Te Whenua. The issue is that we have received it and I've approved it to go on the record, but it was unsigned, so that's why the amended one is not on the record. So, Mr. Fong, which one are you using?
Just the amended one is the most updated version. Your Honour, if that's going to be a problem, I'm quite happy to revert to the previous version if that's more helpful to the tribunal. I'm in your hands. I just thought it might be easiest to use the latest version.
I think you can go ahead and use the latest version, and where there is any significant change from the one that's on the record, if you could let us know that.
Thank you, ma'am. The significant changes are really at paragraphs 32 and 33. Just for your information, Mr. Fong, especially if your questions focus in on those paragraphs.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Right, thank you.
So, Mr. McCready, can I begin at paragraph 10 of your brief of evidence? So, in the second sentence of that paragraph, you've made the comment that Dave, so I assume that the Crown made international climate commitments about consideration of Māori priorities. Would you say for example, the Paris Agreement falls within that, what you're describing there?
The key point I'm describing there is the 1990 baseline, that anything before 1990 is not countable, and anything after 1990 in terms of either sequestration or reduction in greenhouse gas emission is countable. And so Simon Upton did a presentation to the Agricultural Greenhouse Gas Climate Conference about 3 years ago, where he showed a very interesting graph of our actual likely carbon or greenhouse gas equation before significant deforestation at the arrival of European. What I'm suggesting is that that's the Māori world, that's the world that we lived in, that's actually our true benchmark. And other bits and bobs in terms of environmental impacts that could be viewed in the same way, the same type of thinking pervades, for example, through the fact that according to the way we look at conservation now, the tui, the bird, the tui, is not endangered or threatened. But if you were to compare the numbers of the tui now to the numbers of the tui just prior to the arrival of European, it would be a starkly reduced quantum of birds. So the key point in my thinking is about the value base and the timeline that's been applied to what we consider to be good or not good. Does that explain
Yes, it does. But just to help me, and indeed for the record, so you're not suggesting that there is a wholesale failure to consider Māori interests in entering these agreements, but the issue that you're focusing is more specific on, a point that you'll come to later in the evidence about the baseline in terms of what measures good and bad. Is that a fair summary?
I really appreciate the way you're couching that. I would say there is a wholesale failure to incorporate tūturu tangata whenua, tangata ngāhere thinking. But that does not mean that tangata whenua involvement and thinking and input hasn't occurred. It's just that there hasn't been a conduit to take that tūturu deep level thinking that I just put forward, because the way that the system works, the predominant, the leadership frameworks, the funding, the predominant thinking that overarches and encompasses this whole space in terms of both research and practical support for extension to land managers and mitigation, etc., is all infused with a set of values and a set of baselines from the word go. And when you're playing catch up in terms of resourcing and in terms of ability to influence meaningfully, often our Māori people get caught up in doing just what we're able to do, which is non-ideal. And so I'm hoping that this forum, the Waitangi setting, allows for us all to wipe clean our thinking and actually look at more purely what is the truth of a Māori worldview around climate and environment.
Thank you. And if I could just take you to one document, which is called the National Interest Analysis for the Paris Agreement, which is at tab 7 of the bundle, page 498. Have you seen this document before, Mr. McCready?
I can't say yes or no because I've seen hundreds and hundreds of documents, but it doesn't ring a bell, but I'm happy to answer anything that you'd like to raise from it.
Okay, and I'm not proposing to quiz you on the details of the document, but I just want to show you some references and then invite your comments on it. So if we can go to page 522 of that report. So this analysis is an analysis that is done by the government whenever it's proposing to enter into a major international treaty, and in this case it's the Paris Agreement. And what we're looking at in this table is the assessment of the cultural effects of either entering or not entering into the Paris Agreement. So on the left-hand side is the effect, on the specific cultural effect of entering into this agreement. And on the right-hand side is the cultural effect of not entering into the Paris Agreement. And so on the right-hand side, I just want to, I don't propose to go through all these issues, but just picking the first one, for example, that there is a concern that the impact of climate change will have a disproportionate impact on Māori communities. Is that something you would agree with?
Right, so yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So firstly, entering versus not entering is not a part of what I'm talking about. I'm not saying at all that we should not have entered. I'm saying that we have entered in a substandard way based on overarching values and viewpoints around baselines and around what good looks like, that is influenced mostly by dominant thinking that's emerged over decades and decades of basically Crown managed land use approaches. Secondly, Māori communities. What does that mean? Is that Māori communities at this point in time? Is that which are already represented with a whole array of if we're saying that we enter into this agreement and therefore we're able to stop negative climate impacts on Māori communities, that is only a good thing if there's some level of actually reversing. Because what I'm saying is that Māori are already impacted by climate and by a whole lot of other disparities that come from the loss of a natural forest resource base and a system of living and life and existing. And so to say that we're going to stop any further downward spiral is not necessarily a good thing if the current state of Māori community that's just, that's mentioned in that paragraph is already terrible.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. McCready. I wonder if I could...
I'd need to know what they mean by Māori community.
Thank you. And the witnesses for the Crown might address that when the evidence comes through later in the year. But if I could step back and see if we could establish some common grounds, would you agree that climate change is a global problem that all countries need to address?
I think asking someone to agree with that is stating the blatantly obvious and is a redundant, of course that's the case. But our worldview here is around our country and our whenua, our forest and our land, and what good looks like here. And all I'm saying is that the way that it's currently being looked at is based on a whole lot of paradigms that do not come from tūturu tangata whenua thinking around ngāhere. But yes, I agree, it's obviously a global problem.
Yes, and Mr. McCready, these are just questions I need to put to you in order to establish a point. So please bear with me, and it's not anything. And so if this is a global problem, then you would agree that an effective response would require a global collective response from all countries. You would agree with that statement?
It's quite a hazy statement.
So a global problem requires a global solution. Agree?
Well, not necessarily. So if every country independently came up with their own approach to climate and associated environment problems, and the net and the sum total of those independent initiatives was better than something that was managed by an overarching global coordination, then the answer would be no. So my answer to that question is not necessarily. It's one way.
Right. And so, what would you say?
For example, if we here in Aotearoa used a pre-colonisation benchmark around afforestation, the value of forest, the outputs of forest, etc., to drive us, right? And that was different to using the 1990 reforestation benchmark. We would afforest more because we would be seeking an ideal that was much more afforested. Therefore, we would sequester far more and we would contribute far more to the overall global equation of net greenhouse gas. So it would actually be better in that case if we didn't align with that one element of the Paris Accord, the 1990 baseline. That's just one example that springs to mind. So not necessarily, but that's not to say that there's not a whole lot of reasons why doing things as a globe is not a good idea as well. But it's a very, very complex question to answer in a simplistic fashion.
Mm. And so do I understand you to be saying that New Zealand should be more ambitious and not just benchmarking itself on the consensus that's been reached as manifested in the Paris Agreement? Is that
you have captured almost 95% accurately. There's one little word there that I don't quite like around consensus, but yes, I'm saying that there is an opportunity for us to do what's right for us based on who we are and what our land and what Papatūānuku is and was and should be from a Māori worldview and from a Māori forest and trees perspective, which is different than what we're currently doing, which just so happens to align with the global consensus approach that you mentioned. So somewhere within your wording, I can align with what you're saying.
Thank you, Mr. McCready. Moving to paragraph 20 of your evidence. And this obviously reflects some of your personal experience being part of some groups advising the government, and I don't propose to challenge that, but I'm interested in asking you your description of the Crown's approach when it comes to Māori involvement, to basically treat them as little subcommittees and as an afterthought as providing a text. So one example that I want to put to you, and I'll be interested in your comments, in that national interest analysis that we just looked at. I'm not sure if you caught a glimpse of a reference to the climate change iwi leaders group. Are you familiar with that group?
Yep.
And my understanding is that their primary role is to advocate for iwi and Māori on climate change matters. Would you agree with that?
I'd say to advocate for iwi, and I would say to advocate within the confines of what an iwi organisation and post-settlement entity is enabled to do through a whole range of legislation and even developing culture within those organisations. And I would also say that that paragraph there, paragraph 20, is not meant to imply that every single example of Māori of government setting up committees and reference groups is bad. So yes, you're right, but there's a whole lot of context, constraint, and dynamics at play that, again, I would say with a strong degree of confidence, do not necessarily align with what our ancestors would have said just prior to the arrival of European, coming from that type of hinengaro paradigm around the forested state of Aotearoa.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. McCready. You've anticipated the trajectory of my questions. I don't need to explore this point any further. Going to paragraph 30 of your evidence. You make the point that there is little to no obvious holistic thinking about how climate change is a whole of ecosystem issue giving rise to a broader biodiversity problem. Can I take you to a document again and just invite some comments? Can I trouble my colleague to bring up the National Adaptation Plan at tab 5? That's the adaptation plan. Mr. McCready, are you familiar with, or are you aware of this document? It's the National Adaptation Plan.
I've got some memory of that. Yes.
Can we turn to page 393 of the PDF?
Mr. Fong, can you also increase the size of the font?
Yes. Mr. McCready, can you see the text on the page?
Yes.
So if I could just draw your attention to the fourth row in that table. This chapter deals with the natural environment and the, taking one of the objectives on this page, NE1, so it talks about ecosystems which are healthy and connected and where biodiversity is thriving. You would, I guess, at a high level of generality, you would agree that's a good objective, and it's one that aligns with the drift of your evidence.
Okay, so a high level of generality, if I'm reading the right thing, N1, it's specific,
yes.
it's specific to coastal ecosystems, intertidal zones, estuaries, dunes, etc. And I'm actually focused on ngahere. So in actual fact, my views on coastal ecosystems and ocean and estuaries is actually very different to my views on our struggling remnant recovering deforested
Sorry, Mr. McCready, I meant NE1. So not the one about coastal ecosystems, but ecosystems.
Sorry. Ecosystems which are healthy and connected and where biodiversity is thriving. You'd have to give me an example of one, because based on what I'm putting forward as a tangata whenua benchmark being the state of our native ecosystems at the time of just prior to the arrival of European and limited to a forest context, not a coastal or marine context, you'd have to give me an example of what is meant by healthy and thriving. Right. So where is an ecosystem, a forest ecosystem in the North Island of New Zealand, including offshore islands, that bears even a 50% resemblance to the resource, the species level, the species diversity, species by quantity, water quality, possibly Mere Island, possibly Kapiti, not Kapiti because it's second growth, but that's a fantastic sentence. But who's measuring what healthy and thriving is, and where are these ecosystems?
Can I just show you one more sentence first before we come to address some of those issues? So if we go to the next page, 394. So I'm going to show you two things. The first is the third paragraph after the bolded sentence. Just the second sentence beginning with the word internationally.
Yes.
So internationally, the biodiversity crisis and the climate crisis are acknowledged to be closely linked. And then the next sentence I want to show you is, if we scroll down a little bit, and again, my colleague can highlight the sentence for you. Just the very last sentence in that paragraph, last paragraph, beginning with the words, addressing climatic and human-induced pressures on the environment is key to a thriving and resilient natural system. So my question to you, Mr. McCready, and I'm conscious of your views about needing a concrete example of where that's happening, etc. But again, at a conceptual level, would you agree with me that the Crown isn't just thinking about climate change in a siloed way? It is aware of the relationship between climate change and biodiversity?
If I was only looking at that sentence, I'd agree with you, but I'm not only looking at that sentence. I'm looking at years and years of experience in research settings, in farming and forestry extension settings, in Māori land trust settings, and in the real world, it's not the case.
Yes, and so so there could be some evidence from the Crown later on, so I can't sort of speak on behalf of what is to come, but would it be correct to say if the Crown stuck to the words on this page, that in your view would be the right step in the right direction?
To answer that question with integrity, I'd have to actually really reanalyze all the preceding paragraphs, which I'm trying to quickly do as we're talking, because that couple of sentences at the bottom there is all premised on the previous couple of 2-3 paragraphs, and just at a quick skim of those 2-3 paragraphs, I again see in there that so much terminology, a thriving natural environment is essential for all our physical and mental health, water security, culture and economy. Well, if that is true, and if that is the case from my perspective, then we are all unhealthy and we all have poor mental health, because what I'm putting forward is that from a Māori benchmark of what a quality, thriving natural environment looks like, we have nothing left in Aotearoa. So it's all about who measuring stick is being used against those terms like thriving, healthy, natural, etc., before you get down to that final sentence about if we did this and if we did that, that would be a perfect world. Of course it would. But the stuff before that and what the rating is and what the benchmarking is the point that I'm making, is that our people have been led down a path of rapid and drastic land use change, been forced to adapt to that, and adapted really, really well, I might add, in terms of modern monoculture approaches to land and land use. But our tūturu thinking of who we are and where we come from as people of the forest is not included.
Thank you. If we could, but just sort of stepping back a little bit, at paragraph 29 and 31 of your evidence, you've made the assertion that you would argue the Crown is using climate change as a way to not address New Zealand's broader biodiversity crisis. I just wonder, having seen these, words in this plan, would you be prepared to soften your views or adjust what you said, or are you remain firm that the Crown is?
It's always difficult to, take one document and especially the one you've thrown up, and the probably months and months and years of policy writers and advisors and science and all that what's fed into that document is just a mountain of time and thinking. Whereas what's fed into my document is being on the back foot, trying to present a paradigm that I think has been completely missed and overlooked. So from the outset, to answer what you're saying is very, very difficult. But I can make an attempt to, was it 29 and 30, did he say?
So particularly the 32.
32?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm kind of saying there, if you just looking back through those previous paragraphs there as well, is that let's just use one example. Funding Crown funding into farm system change and innovative solutions to methane, say, production from cows, as an example, is significantly funded, right? Funding into meaningful reforestation with native species or native combination species with exotics to amplify the uptake and growth rate and get quick wins around habitat and food source, etc., and then transition from one type of forest to another. So innovative thinking around afforestation, which I'm putting forward, aligns more with who we are as forest people. As I can't think of any particular specialised focus funding for that type of thinking. So too, biodiversity credits, talked about, thought about, tossed around between different groups and forums, some of which I've been connected to, and then essentially, in my opinion, put into the too hard basket because of the main idea that measuring improvement to biodiversity is difficult, and how do we measure, what does that look like? But whereas the focus on carbon sequestration through fast growth exotics, there's a system in place, there's the ETS, it's established, it's underway. So I'm saying that the sum total of what I've seen at ground level to what actually outworks for real life human beings, whatever race or group we belong to, gravitates away from bigger picture environmental approaches and solutions, and gravitates towards micro solutions around decreased methane from cows, increased sequestration from fast growth trees, and it's this boxing up sort of clinically of approaches as opposed to any meaningful approach around holistic solutions. And I apologise if that was a bit waffly, but it's
Thank you. Just pausing here and turning to the tribunal panel. Your Honour, I do still have one set of questions for Mr. McCready, but I just wonder if you want to take the mic or break now, or would you want me to box on?
Please box on, Mr. Fong.
Turning then, thank you, Your Honour. Turning then to paragraph 38 to 39, Mr. McCready, in your brief of evidence, you make the point that the government has put no research emphasis on benchmarking what good looks like from a tangata whenua point of view, and that's been a recurring theme in your evidence.
39
and 38.
Oh, 38.
Yes. Again, can I trouble my colleague to turn up the National Adaptation Plan, and if we could go to page 324 of the PDF. Before we could go back to 323, just so Mr. McCready knows the sort of section we're talking about, just the page before. We go down, so 323. Go. Keep going down. Yes. So that this section falls within the heading adapting in partnership with Māori, and in this paragraph it talks about in the second sentence, for instance, it talks about the government will develop adaptation responses in partnership with Māori, including elevating Te Ao Māori and Maturana Māori in the adaptation process, and empower Māori in planning for Māori by Māori. The platform for Māori climate action provided for in the first National Adaptation Plan will be central to establishing a foundation for this partnership. Mr. McCready, are you aware of the platform for Māori climate action?
I'm guessing a little bit, but I understand there's some requirement for Māori representation on the Climate Commission, and I think they may have some form of panel that feeds into that. But no, I can't. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I definitely have some comments about this paragraph.
Well, by all means, can you let us know your thoughts?
Yes. Firstly, the paragraph talks about Māori, and in doing so, generalises across the very unique and different situations of tribes, solutions and values, and even approaches to land and whenua. We are a range of different tribes, and we have seen this in many of the policy debates and discussions and settings around climate, for example, where some of our tribes are much more adept to production forestry, others are much more adept to farming, and others are much more adept to native restoration, etc. So from the outset, that paragraph, in my opinion, is completely substandard, because it should be talking about the range of different settings and backdrops by tribe through Aotearoa, rather than blurring it all together for the convenience of the Crown as being just Māori. Secondly, the key sentence that you read out says authentic tangata whenua, where is it? Upholding the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. Oh, I must be looking at, sorry, I was looking at my own, just getting, so I'm looking at my own 38 here, but yeah.
Okay, can I just on the question of blurring, blurring different iwis and hapu, can I just take you to the next page and see if you would change your mind? Just the second paragraph on that page, the document sort of acknowledges, just 324, yes, that's right. Just the second paragraph, the document acknowledges that Maturanga Māori at a hapu and iwi level will be critical to informing local and central government climate adaptation responses. Is that what you were getting at, the need to?
I mean, you know, it's a nice little token mention. What I'm saying is that the haputanga and the mātauranga a hapu should be the central thrust of the entire paragraph. Yeah, so it's a drop in the bucket, but I guess it's something.
And the very last reference I'll take you to is just 2 paragraphs below the one that I've mentioned. So starting with the words, the government recognises its Te Tiriti partners have a worldview that sits outside Western interpretations. It's commissioned Hirangi to provide an Indigenous worldview of the National Adaptation Plan, which is represented by the raw framework to help facilitate its work in partnership with Māori. I'm just wondering if you are aware of that framework.
Well, is that Ihirangi Heke?
Yes.
I'm aware of Dr. Ihirangi Heke and his fabulous work and approaches, and that's very encouraging to see that in there. But the reality is the level to which that is empowered to happen, and the level to which that actually manifests its way through the complex maze of agencies and director generals and policy analysts and extension people and research forums and research funds and policies and principles and all that type of stuff, where something as awesome as the leadership of Dr. Ihirangi Heke in that space is almost certain to be watered down through that government bureaucracy and all the layering. So I do totally agree that is a very good thing, but that for me that's not actually the key point.
Sorry, to interrupt, if I can correct, this Ihirangi referred to in the bundle is not with reference to Dr.
Oh, so sorry, I was about to clarify. No, sorry, it's just the name of the group that undertook this drafting, rather than referring to a particular person.
Okay, well, once again, I'm not going to make any comment on a group that I don't know about. The statement itself looks like a good thing, but we're talking here about a high-level document and direction framework, and part of my evidence, I guess, is my personal experience through several decades of working in this and similar spaces, and the difficulty to getting anything that's outside of the what I might call the watered down paradigms to actually manifest on the ground.
Thank you, Mr. McCready. I've got no further questions for you. Thank you for your efforts.
Ma'am, if I may just quickly, one question of re-examination that arose during my friend Mr. Fong's questions was with respect to biodiversity credits that Mr. McCready raised in one of his answers. I'm not sure. Would you like to elaborate on what you meant by biodiversity credits?
Oh, yeah, well, yes. I mean, there's a biodiversity credit is the recognition of improving the biodiversity value of an environment, and usually assumed to be Indigenous native biodiversity, by applying, changes and effort and input into that environment and measuring it before and after, and then receiving a credit or a payment for that. And it's touted as a way to incentivize native planting, predator control, etc. So there's been, when I worked at Tururako, there was a lot of interest and talk around that. I recently participated in an MFE group where they were picking that mantle back up again. So that's what I meant. Yep. By that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McCready. I'll just check whether any of the panel have any questions for you.
Tinakwe, thank you very much for your evidence. The bit that you haven't been asked about is the one that most interested me. This is 2.5 weeks into the hearings, and there's a lot of discussion about, well, Māori are forced into being involved in exotic planting and replanting, and then efforts to do some native planting, and the difficulties of that. But at paragraphs 44 to 52 in the original version of your evidence, and particularly at paragraph 50, what I'm really, really interested in is the possibility that there is a way of dealing with exotic forestry that allows the natives to come up underneath, and you talk about providing there's an opportunity for thinning or partial felling later to earn through staged timber harvesting and provide a proven nurse canopy for the native quick growth. So that sounds like a really, really interesting idea. And how much evidence is there of this happening or likely to happen, and what would be the costs of doing that thinning and partial felling?
Yeah, what a great question. Simon Upton's recent report, I can't remember the title of it, covers the idea of transition forestry and innovative forestry models extensively. And I understand that he had significant input from some very reputable advisors from Scion. My direct answer to that around evidence for that idea, I was just actually out there earlier today talking to my colleagues here about a conversation I had with Phil Alley, who was the regional director for the Department of Conservation here in the Bay of Plenty for many, many years, and a friend of mine. And we were gazing up onto Moirangi and Tokorangi Hill, which is up on Tarawera Road up behind the Rotorua city. And I said to Phil, Moirangi, regenerating native forest. Right next door, Hill Roadblock, radiata pine plantation. And right next door to that, Tokorangi block being the backdrop to the redwoods, the well-known redwoods in Rotorua. And I said, Phil, what is the Tokorangi forest? And so that forest is a forest that was planted, or part of the Whakarewarewa forest in Rotorua, that was planted around the turn of the century or before. The trees are now 120 plus years old. 172 different species of exotic trees were planted in that area. That was the very first experimental plantings in Aotearoa to determine a fast growth timber species to replace the rapidly depleting native timber resource. And it was from that experimental era that radiata pine was discovered. But fortunately for Rotorua City, the remnant of those experimental plantings, including the redwood area. But it's more than just redwood. There's about, I think, 30 different types of eucalyptus. There's walnut, there's chestnut, there's Douglas fir, there's European larch, there's oriental plane tree. The list goes on and on. I spent the early part of my career working in that forest. What we have now is we have those exotic canopy trees aging and falling over, and we have natural transition to native happening right before our eyes. And good quality native to the point now that in that forest, which borders the Rotorua city and borders the suburb of Linmore, I understand it that the Whakarewarewa predator-free community group have around 1,500 in an exotic forest enhancing native, or in a forest, that was originally exotic canopy that is rapidly transitioning to native, and they're now counting native bird life increases, including some reasonably rare species like the North Island tomtit as one example. So Whakarewarewa Forest provides us right here, right now, with a living example, 100 years on, of exotic canopy species, dominant forests, transitioning to native. And everywhere you go around New Zealand, particularly in the central North Island, another fantastic area is where you go through to Reparo and then turn left to go down to Taupo. Down that, it's getting back onto State Highway 1 just after Tukaro. Have a look at that exotic forest and have a look at that understory. It's all over the place that this is happening. And so much of the literature and research has been about, oh, prove it that works, you know. Well, I say this, prove it that you can go down to Palmer's Garden, where you'll get yourself 5,000 native trees, 50,000 native trees, plant them on a flat piece of grass and recreate a native forest, because you can't. And in actual fact, putting up a quick growth exotic canopy in the right way and in the right situation gives more chance of that native to come up underneath. So it's all about getting out of this siloed thinking that there's only A and B. And it's completely not the reality of what we live in this country at the moment.
Excellent answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McCready. The question I had has just been asked by Professor Williams. So I just
no funding to substantiate that, but plenty of funding to pooh it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Well, I just have one last question, because in your second to last slide, you had the climate change in forests, you had detailed resource understanding, tangata ngahere, carbohydrates, protein, medicine, and so forth. So if you found out, I'm just wondering, at the very bottom you've got hunting, gathering, gardening, planting, and deleted, and I'm just aware that my cousins in the Urewera do a lot of that.
Look, what I was meaning, sorry, I don't mean to butt in, I apologise.
No, that was, I was just wondering why it was deleted, that's all.
Yes, so what I was trying to illustrate there, and a little bit nervous, I guess, delivering the slides the first time I've ever done anything, but what I was trying to illustrate there is that the thinking today is that you kind of have farming, planting and gardening, hunting and gathering, and what is the other one I've said?
Those hunting, gathering, gardening, and planting.
Yeah, so like compartmentalized ideas around how you gain food from an environment. The point that I can't actually see that slide.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. I just want to see what I wrote underneath it. But anyway, the point that I was trying to make there was that in the old world, there was a much more diverse range of approaches to much wider than this. Yeah, so that was the key. Sorry. So what I'm saying there is that my understanding is that our ancestors coached population growth, for example. So they would understand that this particular manu lives and operates in this particular way, and therefore they would find ways to encourage and coach populations to expand that population within the natural forest environment in preparation for harvesting at some future point. Is that farming or is that hunting? It's kind of neither or both. The point that I'm trying to raise there is that in the old world, the detailed connection to environments, to ecology, to populations, to the way that they lived and grew and interacted with each other was so precise that there was a far wider set of paradigms than just those 4 categories that we think about today when we think about harvesting kai from a natural environment. Another one is following food populations based on season, which is well known that our tupuna did.
Well, thank you again. That's another excellent answer to the question.
And I mean, this sort of stuff is in Elsden Best Forest Law and Hohepa Kireupa's tohunga book. And we have drips and drabs of that in our minds and hearts, and we do have our experts who have, you know, some of that. But yeah, I'm saying, yeah, I think I've made a point there of what I meant. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. McCready, for your evidence today. It's been very interesting to listen to those different ideas that you're putting forward, innovative ideas, except perhaps that our tupuna had them already. So thank you for your time today.
Oh, kia ora tātou, and thank you all too. Kia ora.
Thank you, Doug. I just want to reiterate the sentiment of Judge Milroy. It's your fresh thinking, non-Western paradigm lens that you bring to our analysis that has been extremely valuable to me. It's been a pleasure working with you. And thank you for the time. Tēnā koe.
Kia ora.
Right. Just before I ask our kaumātua to close for us, I'll just note that we have been unable to have any of the witnesses for Phoenix Law moved into Thursday, but we will have their opening submissions at the end of the day once the other witnesses for Thursday have given their evidence. So just noting that for everyone's information. So I'll now pass over to our kaumātua to close for us.
Kia tauinu ke tātou katoa te ātawhai o tō tātou ari ki ko Iukuraiti, me te aroho te atoa, me te whiwhinga taitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake. Amen.